Are you searching for the best in online black radio? Then go to blacktalkradionetwork.com, helping you filter through the noise. Real talk, black talk.
Context of white supremacy, justice, Gus T Renegade in for another program, hopefully to share constructive information on the system of white supremacy, what it is, and how it works. Thank you, everybody, for tuning into the broadcast. Today's date is Tuesday, February 21st, 2012. So I have been told this would be the 3-year anniversary of our return to the airwaves. I hope we have provided some constructive information and less confusion for non-white people. I want to hop right to work. Hopefully this broadcast will add to our clarity and focus with resolving the problem of white supremacy racism. Our guest, his 19th visit on the program. If you need a copy of the United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept or the Complementary Word Guide, type in this address, tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. Fuller has got to be in all caps. I'll say it again slowly. tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. Fuller. What to say? We are super grateful anytime we can get him on the program, and just extremely appreciative of him being so generous with his time and being willing to speak with non-white people to help us get less confused. Joining us for this evening, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. Mr. Fuller, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Outstanding. Thank you again for visiting with us. I know tons of folks all over the world look forward anytime they get an opportunity to hear you on any program, to hear your views on white supremacy racism. I wanted to get right to it. One of the major problems that I've observed, your work, and you have said consistently you think the way that this problem will be resolved is victims of racism codifying everything. And I've heard non-white people who are familiar with your work, and they have expressed confusion about what exactly codification is. And I wanted you, before you explain it so we can try and clear some of that confusion up, I just wondered if you could offer your views on why black people are confused, why we have a difficult time grasping exactly what codification means.
Oh, well, codification is just a way of getting things done. There's a code for everything. Plumbing codes, electrical codes, fire codes. The word code is used a lot, and you can just look at the way that different people use the word code. A Marine code, they say that they do certain things a certain way, have a certain order for doing things. Plumbing, electrical, woodwork, zoning codes, et cetera, et cetera. Just a way of getting things done. Now, there are lots of ways to do anything, but I think the way that codes came into being was that people started studying, maybe through the process of elimination. They'd say, well, there might be 7 ways to solve a problem, after people gather around a table maybe and try to figure out how to solve a problem. And then they'll say, well, after in-depth study, we came up with 7 or maybe 30 ways, to approach a problem, the solution to a problem. And then they, what you call brainstorming. That's what they can have sometimes, what they call think tanks. And in colleges and whatnot, people just gather together and try to figure out the best way to approach a problem that keeps coming up, that that they hear about and whatnot in the general social order, you might say. So they, what you call, and using slang terms, brainstorm that problem. Everybody will have some input in it, saying, well, maybe if we do this and we do that, and then someone from across the table will say, well, no, if we do it that way, the result will be such and such. And they're trying to figure out the best way to build a dam, maybe, and they want to go about doing it. So it's just a way to get things done. And so finally, after a short or long discussion, maybe it might take hours, it might take days, it might take years, but finally they might come up with, say, out of 30 different approaches, they'll say now, well, we'll finally settle on maybe 3 different ways out of the 30 to approach this thing. And so out of the 3, let's turn it over and over and over and over until we can come up with maybe one that would be better than the other 2. Out of the 3 that we finally settle on after 4 years of study. And this is how I imagine the best codes for getting things done come into being. Just through the process of saying, how many different ways is to go about solving this problem. And no one has an answer initially. But if they keep at it and keep at it and keep at it through persistence and focus and being honest, being truthful, no one letting their egos get in the way and whatnot, if they're really serious about solving the problem, then they probably can come up with an approach where, well, we finally settle on, out of the 3, number 2 would be the best way to go about doing it, according to theory anyway. So what we'll do is now run tests on our theory to see if it will hold up. And by trial and error and whatnot, and that left the 3. And so by the sampling process, they finally decide, well, yes, number 2 is really it, because every time we do number 2, it seems to work. Maybe some exceptions, but for the most part, number 2 out of the 3 that we came up with, out of 8 years of your study, number 2 seems to work best. So I'm just giving a sort of a hypothetical illustration of how you come about building a code. Now, when it comes to racial issues, the white supremacists, through that same process, I imagine, I don't know how they went about doing it, but it seems, the evidence seems to show that that's how they came up with what they call the code for dominating and mistreating people based on color in all 9 areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And then they went around and apparently ran tests on how best to go about conducting that. And it came down to do's and don'ts addressed to each individual person who was going to participate in enacting the code, the white supremacist code. How do you dominate and mistreat people on the basis of color to your satisfaction over a long period of time, or over an infinite period of time, into infinity? Do it forever if you can, for your benefit, for your primary benefit, and have it work each time without having to scratch your head and go back to the drawing board and guess about whether or not what you're proposing will work. You know that it will work before you even start. That's what codification is about. If you can build a certain plumbing system, maybe, according to certain specifications, and you know that when you turn on the water, you know it's going to work before you turn on the water. You don't have to wonder about whether or not there's going to be too much pressure at this point and too much pressure in that point, and that somebody somewhere down the line is not going to get any water at all, and some person somewhere along that line is going to get too much water, and it's going to blow valves and all this type of stuff, and water's going to be all over the place because it was too much pressure. See, but if you do it according to the code, according to what you have tried over and over and over again and found that it worked, then you know before you turn the water on. When you pull that master switch, you say, I know it's going to work because it always has. We have ironed out, sometimes they use slang language, we have ironed out all the bugs. We made mistakes when we first started. Now, the white supremacist system is the strongest and most effective political and religious code so far, in my opinion, and I think the evidence bears it out over a long period of time and dominates people in a way that is non-just. And there's no system that has been superior to that system. Political system and religious system. No religion has been stronger than the religion of white supremacy as far as proving that it's effective. Anytime it's enacted, it works. It's got very few glitches. You don't have to do a lot of modifying and whatnot. You don't have to do a lot of explaining and whatnot and backing up and going forward and worrying about whether or not it's going to roll. The religion of white supremacy, the politics of white supremacy, has been a sort of a smooth ride. Anywhere it's been enacted, mistreating people on the basis of color has worked. It's a very efficient system. When other people are trying to get their religions and their political systems together, they're always pushing here and pulling there and modifying here, and sometimes not even being sure what goes in their religion and what comes out. And the least bit of test that you put to some religions, I mean, it just falls apart. You just push it just a little bit, and that part of the religion just falls off the cliff. People just don't stick with it. See, a religion means, hey, you stick with it. You stick with it. You know what you're doing. You find the correct center of what you're doing and stick with it. The white supremacists are people who do that. When they do some modifying, they do it on their own, and it makes it stronger at the points where they want it to be stronger. They don't do a whole lot of explaining to people about why they do what they do. They just do it. And the evidence seems to show that as a codified procedure for dominating and mistreating people, nothing has been more successful than the system of white supremacy, the codified system. Now, what is needed is a counter code, and it seems like, in my opinion, no one has been serious about building one, which means you have to pay attention to detail too, and that has to do with everything that a person does and says 24 hours a day, without exception. Come up with the best way of saying something, the best way of doing something, and sticking with it. And it's not a burdensome thing. It's not burdensome. It doesn't make a greater burden on a person. If it's done correctly in a codified manner, it should provide relief, less stress, less having to scratch your head about every 3 minutes about everything that comes up, because you just almost like pushing buttons. You just say, well, when this happens, I do this. And when this, and this happens, I will do this, and this. Push those 6 buttons in order to take care of those 3 buttons that somebody else pushed. And everything should fall right in place. I will say this. When this person says this, I will say this. When this person does this, I will do this. Why? Because it's codified, and it won't fail me. And if it does, you just go back to the drawing board, because there has not been a counter-racist code ever. Never been one. Everybody should be building one who believes in producing not just a counter-racist system. You're not just trying to counter racism. You're not even doing it in anger, or you're doing it. That's not very efficient. You're doing scientifically. And you also do it with it in mind. You're trying to replace this system with a better system, which logically speaking, since racism or white supremacy is all about non-justice, you want a system that is about justice. And starting with coming up, like I have offered one suggestion, since there is no legal definition for the word justice, you come up with correct definitions. One of the correct definitions that I think should be tried, I use it since I don't have another one, and that is the word justice means guaranteeing that no person is mistreated, and you do that because racism is about mistreating people. No person is mistreated, that's part one. And part two, guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help. Now, these are the two that I invented in lieu of. That's why I call it a compensatory code. You're making up for what's missing. I came up with that definition because there was no definition for the word justice that I could use. I would use the word, but I didn't know exactly how that would play out so that you could actually measure it. And I think you can measure that. People usually know when someone is mistreated. Babies kind of have an idea when someone is being mistreated after they learn a few things. You know, people can kind of spot mistreatment when they see it, even if they don't know how to express it. They say, well, hey, something ain't right. Sometimes people make that remark. You know, in an office or warehouse situation, on the job or whatever. They say, well, wait a minute. I mean, it looks like somebody's going to get mistreated here. I mean, I'm not too sure, but it kind of looks like somebody's going to get mistreated. And sometimes the somebody is you. So you kind of put things on hold because nobody's supposed to be mistreated. And in the other part, you want to give help to the person who needs the most constructive help. Now, if we replace all of the mistreatment on the planet, I think that's kind of what would replace it, justice, would look like. Nobody being mistreated, and the people who need help the most getting that help without a whole bunch of squabbling about it. Just give the person the help. Person needs help. Everybody needs help at some time or another. Make sure that the help is constructive. Now, that would be code. That would be a counter-racist code. That would also be a code of justice simultaneously. Something that the world has never seen as far as we know in recorded history. Now, I took a long way around of explaining that, but if anybody has any further questions, they can probably ask them or codify that themselves. But from my presentation, that would be my initial response.
Okay. Folks, you can, if it was not clear or if you have questions or what have you, feel free to dial in. We will definitely get the phone lines as well. I wanted to ask, which I thought this was important, you explained codification, going about doing things in the best possible manner and doing so every time so that you get the best result every time. And I thought it was important because you said this should be done. The whole process of codification, replacing white supremacy with justice, should be done without anger. Why is that important?
Because when people get angry, they usually express that anger, and then what that does, that will cause someone else to become uncomfortable, and then that person, the someone else, or several someone else's, may become angry, and then they get into shouting matches and whatnot, and then people start letting emotions take over, and that blocks out logic, because problem solving is about logic. Logic came with the universe, and you can make a problem through logic, which means logic is just a way of getting things done. It's a process for doing it. Or you can solve a problem through logic. And one of the compensatory sayings is, and directives is, or suggestions is, solve problems without making any. That's a quote. That's a quote, compensatory quote. It'll be in the next volume of the book that I'm trying to assemble, the updated version of the basic book that I have out now. Solve problems without making any. And just keep that in mind, because sometimes you can solve one problem and then you brush your hands off and say, well, we finally got that problem solved, but then you look around and in the process of doing so, you made 5 other problems. So you got to always watch out the corner of your eye, for, the running machine, you might say. You might have this end of the machine working very well, but everything else down at the other end of the line is falling apart. So you got to watch all of the things that are connected, because everything that people do on the planet is connected. Case in point, sometimes people are like, there's a lot of talk now about investigating just how dams, these edifices that put up to hold back and to control water, just how they were put in place. Because sometimes people say, well, this is working well. We're getting electric power now, and it's working very smoothly, and everything is just working well. That dam that we built about 15 years ago, it's really been a real godsend. It solved a whole bunch of problems. It kept this area from getting flooded. We have better control over the water, plus we have plenty of electric power that we didn't have before. But then someone will later on discover, yeah, but we solved a couple of major problems. But now that a little time has passed, we've had time to look at some of the ramifications. We got an area up the river here that's experiencing a whole lot of drought that we didn't have before. And that's some of our prime farmland. So we're going to have to rethink this thing, We might not have to tear the dam down, but we might have to make some modifications here and there. And that kind of goes with the territory. See, so that becomes, one, you solved a couple of problems, but you made another problem that might grow into a much, much, much bigger problem than you had before, because now people might be starving to death. They'll have electric power, but they won't have food. So now you don't want that to happen either. So it's just a matter of balance. Everything in the universe is about balance. And what you don't have is balance between people, because that's what justice requires. Balance between people. Nobody, not too much on one end and not enough on the other. That's how the world has been run. And a lot of people, because it helps their ego, to have, as the character said in the movie Key Largo, part played by Edward. And he was asked, do you ever think you'll get enough? He said, no, I never have. I guess I never will. So more of what? More of everything, I guess. Now, they didn't go into that much detail, but that seems to be the implication. I just want more. Doesn't make any difference whether everybody else has nothing, as long as I just keep getting more of everything. Even when I've had enough of everything, there's no such thing as enough, because I still want more. And I'll always want more. As long as there's something else to get, I want it. I want it all. And once I get it all, that's still not enough. And so people who think like that, ultimately, if given that opportunity, or you might say people who don't believe in balance, which means they're dangerous. If they're allowed to just go on and on and on in that mode of thinking and carry it out, what they're thinking about. And this has been a problem all over the world since the beginning of people. Racism is just one of the latest expressions of that type of thinking.
Context of white supremacy, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. If you all are interested in dialing in, the number to dial is 760-569-7676, and the code is 564-943-pound. One of the things I wanted to ask, you're very clear, black people do not belong to a race. The only race is the white race. You've been very clear about that, emphasizing just how important that is for black people to stop saying that they belong to a race. And one of the things that I've noted, and I think this goes with that false concept of thinking that black people belong to a race, is that black people, victims of white supremacy, when they see another black person doing something that they don't think is right, even if it's, I think this person is doing something that helps the system of racism, white supremacy, they will get angry as if they have expectations that, hey, we're supposed to be the black race and we're supposed to be coordinated in what we're doing and how we're behaving. And I just think that that produces a lot of unnecessary frustration with other victims. If you can kind of not think about it in terms of, hey, we are a quote-unquote race and we should be functioning a certain way. Do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Fuller?
Well, here again, you just focus on what your ultimate goal is. The ultimate goal is not to be have what they call racial pride. That's no goal that's worthy of anybody. No person should want to be a member of a race. Race is racism. That's one thing that hasn't been explained. We need to talk about that. What is race? What is it good for? What is racism good for? Race is racism. If you're a member of a race, it means you believe in and practice in racism. That's what that means. Now, some people will say, put it in the form of, well, have racial pride. Racial pride for what? No, what you do is try to practice justice, meaning guaranteeing that no person is mistreated, and guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help. Now that puts us in tune with the universe. Every person, whether they're white or non-white, shouldn't try to be race man and race woman. That's not a goal. That shouldn't be a goal. That's the goal of the racists. That's the goal of the white supremacists. That's why they just got that far and didn't want to go any further. Every person in the universe should try to be a universal person, in tune with the universe. It looks like black people who are the victims of racism, since too many white people apparently are not interested in being universal people. They're just interested in being race man and race woman. Just halt right there. I mean, bragging about mistreating people based on color and having fights about it and all like that, and in all 9 areas of activity, depriving people of this and that and other, and keeping nonsense going, keeping harm going to people. Now, black people should not want that same thing in blackface. We're in the universe. The universe was provided to us by the Creator, or creators, some might say, of the universe. So we should be universal people. Everybody should be universal people. Looking out for one another, trying to help one another in a constructive fashion at all times, and having fun doing it. It's not taking the fun out of anything. The racist has put out a philosophy that in order to have fun, you got to harm somebody. That's the gangbangers' philosophy. And they have spread that type of philosophy. Oh, we got to go out and start a war. We got to go out and stomp on somebody. I mean, after all, I don't feel good about myself unless you feel bad about yourself. That's the race philosophy. That's that whole business of racism. And that's that whole thing that, black people have been taught that by the white supremacists. You people need to get some race pride and then match it with my race pride. And then we get a big fight going. And, you'll try to kill me and I'll try to kill you, and we'll just try to do that forever. And then the best person win, and then the best person, the person who is the strongest, stay on top of the other person, put on their necks as long as you can, and then let it off a little bit so you can let them get on their feet just a little bit more, and then start a fight all over again. And that's a wonderful way to exist in this universe. The heck with being universal man and universal woman. Be race man. Be race woman. Always racing against something. Race against time if you don't have people. Race against space. How are you going to race against time? But they'll say that. They're just like Johnny Rocco in the movie Key Largo. I want more. More of what? More of whatever you got. Well, suppose you have everything that there is to have. I still want more. That's insanity. And they're driving everybody else crazy with that nonsense. That's maximum insanity. The white supremacists are insane, and we have bought into their values. They have made us insane. And we are going around here glorifying being black like they are glorifying being white, when neither one of us had anything to do with it. That's not a value system. According to what? Neely Fuller? No. According to logic. The logic that came with the universe. I don't think the creator of the universe appreciates this kind of nonsense at all. On their part or ours, the way we react to it. We should say in a codified manner, it doesn't make sense. Racism doesn't make sense. No, I'm not a member of no race. I was told that. I'm forced to say that. Why would I join a race where I can mistreat people based on color? Because that's all it's good for. They'll say, oh, no, well, you can have pride in your color. Why do you need to have pride in your color? That's just like having pride in your ears or your toenails. You don't have anything to do with it. If you really need pride, and you really don't, that's everybody. You don't really need pride. But you don't need to be proud about nothing. You just do what you were made to do, and that is solve problems. And you don't have to take pride in solving problems because you just do that naturally anyway. That's what we are put here for. Problems are here to be solved. We are put here and given plenty of equipment to solve them, and we should be solving them and having fun doing it. It's like working jig puzzles, only puzzles. People do that for fun. Well, solving problems is just an extension of the same concept. You do it for fun. You build a nice house and have fun doing it. Say, that's nice. Well, are you proud of building a nice house? Well, not particularly. I'm building a nice house because nice houses should be built. Hey, that's just like breathing. I don't think about it one way or another. But I have fun. I have fun doing constructive things. Now, we have never looked at the world in that way because we've never been taught to look at the world that way. The white supremacists teach us you take pride in destroying things, blowing up a village, dropping bombs on people. And then after you do so, have a great big parade, strut around and toot horns and a little bit of peace that there is already. White supremacist logic. We got a song called the Star-Spangled Banner, a terrible song. And then I think I talked to someone recently, I think on this program, the host of the program, recently about that. No, look at the words in the Star-Spangled Banner, bombs bursting in air. That's not anything to be proud of. We've got enough 9mm gunshots going on in the hood every night. Be better just if you're going to have anything in the night, I mean, it kind of wakes you up. I mean, it should be a church bell ringing somewhere. I mean, if you just got to have that, I think it's just better to have your sleep, so you'll have plenty of rest all through the night undisturbed. That's what sleep is for. Even squirrels understand that. They don't like any kind of disturbance. Certainly not gunshots. Those squirrel shots, because it usually means that can identify somebody. There might be some killing sport, which is what the White Supremacists love to do, and they teach. Join a gang to kill somebody. That's what it's for. That's the purpose for being in one. I got a brand new gun. Now I'm going to kill some brand new people, if I can, and laugh about it, if I can. Pure nonsense, but we take it for granted that this is what life should be all about. That's what counter-racist codification is supposed to be designed to eliminate and replace it with something better, and you don't have to make excuses when you do it, because it makes sense. You can stand before the whole world and say, yes, I believe in eliminating all this nonsense about race pride, and start building something for a change rather than destroying something and preparing to destroy something. Go to school, study war, and then come out being a warrior and being proud to go around and tear up something. How about building something and enjoying building something? That's the difference. Those are the differences in the fundamentals. So race pride, no. On nobody's part. Race is racism. You join a race to mistreat people based on color. That's all it's good for. It's never been known to be good for nothing else. And bragging about color, bragging about how tall you are, or how short you are, and all like that, you didn't have anything to do with that. So just leave that alone. Take what you have been given and use it. Say, yes, I have color, or I don't have color, or I have height, or I don't have height, or I have hands and feet, or I don't have hands and feet. But if you do have hands and feet, use them for constructive purposes. Some people are born without vision. Lots of musicians, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, many people. But they say, well, I'll compensate. That's one of the titles in the book, compensatory. I will make up for what I don't have by trying to use what I do have. That's logical. And people are amazed at people who are like that. Say, how do they do it? They do it because they have to. And they learn to get something out of it, which is what we all must do. I think it was Thurgood Marshall who said, when he was asked, how do you want to be remembered? And if I recall correctly on television, he said, I did the best I could with what I had. That's the compensatory principle. Do the best you can with what you got. Might not be much, but use what you got. Because I think that's what we were put here for by whatever created us. Follow the logic. That's what the logic tells me. Now, if the logic tells somebody somewhere something else, I want to hear and see if it's logical.
Context of white supremacy, we will see if Justice has some questions. Again, if you want to call in, the number to dial is 760-569-7676. and the code is 564943#. And if you need Word Guide or the United Independent Compensatory Code System concept, go to the address tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps, tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. Justice, proceed.
Greetings, Mr. Fuller.
Greetings.
What is your ultimate objective?
My ultimate objective is to replace the system of racism with the system of justice. I think with the little time that I have on the planet, that's enough. That's a big task. Never been done by anybody. So I want to make what I can, a stab at it, you might say, to use violent terms. Try to make that a goal. And I think that's a worthy goal, since you can't solve, at least in following the logic, that's where it's led me. You can't solve any other major problem without eliminating racism. See, it would be fine if you could sidestep racism. I've heard people say that. In fact, I have actually tried it. Just ignore racism and maybe it'll go away. And I can go ahead and do all the things that I want to do if I just ignore it. Not pay attention to it, just act like I didn't see it or act like it doesn't exist. And just concentrate on doing the things that I want to do, and I'll get where I need to go. I don't have to consider it. Well, everybody I've seen who tried to do that, even temper trained and gradually lose their minds. Why? Logically speaking, because the system of racism dominates every move that you make, whether you're aware of it or not. And if you try to pretend that it's not there, like all pretense, like the racists have, racism has a lot of pretense in it. People are forced to pretend it. People are forced to be hypocrites. We all, according to logic and evidence, in my opinion, it's strictly my opinion, everybody in the system of racism, and we're all in the system of racism, is forced to be a hypocrite, forced to put on a false face, forced to say things that we don't mean. If you say things that you do mean, you're penalized. If you just say what is really on your mind to everybody, just give your honest opinion every time, without fail. First of all, you probably make somebody angry. And then that brings on a lot of dissension, and then you're accused of doing something you shouldn't have done. Now, it's a way to go about doing things. That's what codification is about, the best way. But everyone should give their opinions on everything, their honest opinion, and not be forced to be silent or to talk and say things that they don't mean. But in the system of white supremacy, everyone is required to be false in all 9 areas of activity. You can hardly buy a house. Well, maybe I shouldn't use the word hardly. It appears you can't buy a house or buy a car without someone not telling the truth. That's why we have this foreclosure mess and whatnot. So I've been told. That's what people have told me. On account of someone told someone something that wasn't true. People walk on a car lot and start getting nervous just walking on the car lot, because you say, well, here it comes. I got to go and talk to these people. These people. Now, who are these people? People who sell cars. And these people have been carefully trained to tell me things that are going to be harmful to me. They're going to be harmful because they're not going to tell me the truth. And they're trained not to tell me the truth. They are trained to tell me that I need this and I need that, and I need this add-on and I need that. and that the payments are going to be this and the payments are going to be that. And they have what they call, everyone's just about familiar with it by now, it's been around for years, small print. Why small print? And even when you can read the small print, you have to ask people, what does this mean? What does that mean? What does other mean? And that just doesn't apply to housing and cars, which are what you call big ticket items, items that you have to spend a lot of money on, but everything that is essential. We are carefully trained not to tell the truth, to stand and tell a lie with a smile on your face. Everyone is required to do that in a system of white supremacy, in a system of that's set up to do harm to people, because when you're deceiving people to their detriment, now if you're deceiving them in order to surprise them with some excellent news, with some type of great fortune, then that's one thing. But no, deception is usually used in the systems that we have been exposed to do harm to you. Or you sign your name, and you think you're getting something, and then when it all works out, you actually are in trouble. And you have to be weary of that all the time, or wary of that, and then become weary of what you were wary of. And say, well, they're doing harm to me. They're doing things to hurt me. I wish I could find someone who is not out to do things to hurt me. I would like to find someone somewhere who's trying to help me and who doesn't have a motive where they're going to come back behind me and hurt me later on when I thought everything was going to work out fine. That's the way the world should be. And people say, well, it's always been that way, so be it. No. As long as we have fingernails, eyes, ears, a brain, and have some idea of what mistreatment is, no. Why not start codifying a system to oppose all of that type of nonsense? Because that's what it is. It's incompatible with this wonderful world that we have been given. I hope I didn't. Go ahead.
Okay. How can being informed about white supremacy help black people get jobs?
How can what now?
How can being informed about white supremacy help black people get jobs?
Oh, how can being informed about white supremacy help white people, black people get jobs? Is being informed about white supremacy. Because if you get a job, that's where you're going to get it. So you have to learn how to ask for a job. Part of what I have in the code is ask for what should be given. Everybody should have a job. Everybody on the planet who is able to do anything, even if they're in a wheelchair, they might be able to do something of constructive value. Find something constructive for people to do, and then give them compensation for what they do. Everyone. And so the white supremacists are in charge of job making, jobs, because they dominate the non-white people on the planet. So you ask for what should be given, and you accept what is offered. That's in the code book, in the basic code book. Ask for what should be given, accept what is given, and then number 3, compensate for the difference. The difference between what? The difference between what you asked for and what you got. Now, recently, over the years, since the book has been printed, and this will be in the revised edition, called the Compensatory Investment Request. Now, suppose you don't have a job, which you do have to ask that white supremacists either directly or indirectly for a job. Even if you go to work for yourself, you still have to ask them, can you work for yourself? because they will have to say it's okay for you to work for yourself. Because if you're going to open any kind of business, you're going to have to get their approval of your business. You just can't go into any kind of old business without asking the white supremacists. Those who don't think that is the truth, I ask them, try it. One way or another, you're going to have to get their approval. And if you're going to run a little grocery store or whatever it is that you're going to sell or try to sell or any kind of business, provide a service of some type, at some point, directly or indirectly, you're going to have to get approval from someone who is classified as white, who most likely is a white supremacist, or if that person is not a white supremacist, that white person is going to have to be in collusion with the person who is one, because the white supremacists are the people who run the business of non-white people all over this planet. And that's either true or false. But the premise that I have taken is that that is true. Otherwise, I would not be on this program. I have said that the system of white supremacy is the most powerful system, political system, on this planet. Powerful than that. None. Anywhere. Not even the smallest island. The white supremacists govern that if there are non-white people on that island. They govern the business of non-white people everywhere, 24/7. So if you get a job, because we're talking about jobs now, the question was about jobs, you'll be asking the white supremacists for a job.
I found a phrase in the word...
You ask them... Hello, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I found a phrase in the word guide, and it's justice is blind. I've never heard of it before until today. How have you heard this phrase used, and what does it mean?
Oh, I don't know. What does it say in the code, in the word guide? Or do you have it in front of you?
I do,
Justice
but
is blind. See, the reason I put it in there, if it is in there, and if you say you saw it, then it is in there. And see, I don't remember each and every word and what I said about it. But in most words, I said, in many of the words, and I think I may have said that in that particular case, what you do when you hear someone use it, ask the person who uses the term what that means. Because I don't use the term myself. I don't use the term justice is blind. But I've heard other people use it. In fact, there's a statute that's supposed to, quote, unquote, represent justice. And it has a blindfold on the statue, or a replica of a blindfold. And it appears to be, I'm not sure of what the designer of that statue had in mind, but the statue of a person that's actually called justice is a white woman wearing a blindfold, holding scales. Now, the person who designed the statue or the person who uses the expression can best explain it. So if you hear anybody use that expression, the word guide says, ask that person, what does that expression mean? And have them explain it in a manner in which you can easily understand it. Now, I say that all through the word guide. You want the explanation to be in a manner that you can easily understand. Because in the system of white supremacy, the white supremacists sometimes will spend 2 hours explaining something, and when you walk away, you didn't understand the explanation. Why? Because they deliberately used words that didn't explain anything. It just sounded like they were explaining it. And how can you prove that? Because you didn't understand what they said. Using words are tools of communication. And sometimes people all day will use words, like I said about a contract for buying a house or a car. you will see all kinds of words there that are completely foreign to you in many cases. You see the words, and they will say, well, I told you this, and I told you that. And you'll say, yes, but I didn't understand what you were saying. Well, that's tough. Shame on you. Why didn't you say something? I could have explained it. In fact, I did explain it. Yes, but when you explained it, you used the same type of words that you used in the contract that I couldn't understand in the first place. You just added more words that I didn't understand. So I still walked away not understanding anything that you said. And they say, well, I don't have anything to do with your ignorance. But if it's the white supremacists, they have everything to do with your ignorance because you're subject to them. They teach us everything that we know, or everything that they want us to know, because we are subject to them. So, that's a criminal act. That's what that is. And that's what we call it, using compensatory language. Say, you just committed a crime against me, sir. I think. I don't have any way of proving it because I got to prove it by people who are probably opposed to me. But in my opinion, I have reason to believe that a crime has been committed here. Thank you very much for the continuation of what I've been subject to all the time. Or no thanks. But getting back to the core of what the question was, justice is blind. Ask the person who uses the term that you don't understand.
It says in your word guide to use the word America with caution. Why should you use the word America with caution?
Yes. Because different people have a different definition for the word. Lots of words have different definitions. Some people say that America is a purple mountain. Purple mountain majesty. America the beautiful. And you say, well, what is America? And then what's beautiful about America? They say that mountain over there, that purple mountain. Don't you see that mountain? That's an American mountain. You say, an American mountain? Yes. Oh, a mountain is America? Well, what did I just tell you? What about amber waves of grain? That's American. See those amber waves of grain over there? And a person might say, well, I just came from a place called Ukraine, and they have amber waves of grain in the Ukraine. They say, yeah, but that's not America. They say, yeah, but you just told me that amber waves of grain are American. Well, those are Ukrainian waves of grain. They're not American waves of grain. Now, that might be confusing. And then another person might say, well, an American is a person. Now, that's what I say. Now, I might be adding to the confusion, but I'm saying an American is a person. It's nothing else. It's not water. It's not food. It's not rice. It's not tomatoes. It's not amber waves of grain. It's not a purple mountain. It has nothing to do with America. Some people say an American eagle. The eagle knows nothing about what they're talking about. That eagle is looking for a rabbit or a rat to grab and make off with. American eagle, the eagle doesn't know what you're talking about, I think. Now, the eagle might. The eagle may have said, hey, I pledge all the time. The eagle might tell you in eagle language, I pay taxes, I do this, I do that. I don't think so, but maybe so. I don't know. I haven't experienced everything. But I don't think the eagle knows anything about being an American or what that's supposed to mean, nor do I think the eagle has any aspirations to ever become one. That's what I think. I could be in error. But the word America is scattered all over the place. But in the word guide, I say an American is a person, first of all, that practices justice. Since no one practices justice, no one is qualified to be an American yet. But everyone, according to compensatory logic, should aspire to be an American and an African and an Asian, because the only way that these words mean anything at all that should be paid attention to by anybody, that's American, African, or Asian. The only reason these words should exist at all should be that they are equivalent to the word justice. People who practice justice should try to be qualified, try to become qualified to be Americans by practicing justice. That's what the title will mean. You're a person that practices justice, meaning guaranteeing that no person is mistreated and guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help in all areas of activity at all times. Now, that should apply to the word African, the word Asian, and the word American. Because if you're not about justice, if you're not about not mistreating people, if you're not about trying to help people who need help the most, you don't even need a title. I don't even need a title. Certainly not the title of African, American, or Asian. You don't even need a name to mistreat people. You just go out there and mistreat people. So what? What do you need a name for? Other than the name mistreater. Why not that one? That fits. That's what you're doing. But it's impossible to be an American and mistreat someone. Can't be done. Anyone that mistreats someone has disqualified themselves for being an American or an African or an Asian. According to what? According to compensatory codified logic. That's just the way it should be said. That's not in tune with the universe. Because everything that people do is supposed to be in tune with the best that there is in universal principles. The minute that anyone mistreats anybody, they have disqualified themselves as an African, an Asian, or an American. They are something else. But they are not any one of those three things. According to what? According to logic. Now, they'll call themselves by that, but then a person that mistreats people, in particular their white supremacists, will call themselves anything that they can get you to believe that that's what they are. But we're talking about the use of the word America, principally. And nobody's there yet. America is an idea. That's what it is. An idea of what? Of justice. Justice doesn't exist. So no one is yet qualified to call themselves Americans. We're just people on the planet in the midst of a system of white supremacy. That's what we all are. And we're either practicing white supremacy or we are not practicing white supremacy. And of course, if you're a victim of white supremacy, you're not practicing white supremacy. You're classified as non-white. You're not qualified to do that either. Practice white supremacy. Got to be white to practice white supremacy. But I can't say that all white people are white supremacists. But those who are. And those who are not as powerful as those who are. The white people who don't believe in white supremacy are not as powerful and not as smart as the white people who do practice white supremacy. Now, where's the logic in that statement? Because if the white people who don't practice white supremacy were smarter and more powerful than the white people who do practice white supremacy, logically speaking, there would be no white supremacy. There would be no racism. The white supremacists have outsmarted everybody who doesn't believe in white supremacy. That's the equation. Now, that statement is either true or false.
On page 64 in the code book, it says buy land if you can and sell land to buy other land. Why should you do that?
You should do that because land is very precious. People argue and fight and squabble about land. People talk about this is my land. And write songs about land. This land is mine. The movie Shane was about land. Whether the cow herders would have more rights, quote unquote, to land than the farmers. And sometimes the farmers themselves get into land wars, they call it. And people fight over land, argue about land, and the things that are under the land and on top of the land. And they want mineral rights to land. So land is important. You got to walk on land or be somewhere where there's land. I mean, a plane has to land. That's what they call it. We're buckle your seat belts. We're going in for a landing. We can't just stay up in the air all the time. What goes up must come down. So we got to have a place to come down to. If that airport isn't there, it's going to kind of be a grim situation. If somebody moved the airport where you are supposed to, quote, unquote, land. So you need that. You need land. But that's a suggestion in the code book, along with many other suggestions. But you got to always watch, because sometimes when you make statements or make suggestions, the white supremacists will look at it, and they will come along and say, oh, if they're going to buy land, they're going to buy land from me. So therefore, and they say, if you sell land, you sell land in order to buy more land. Oh, so I'll fix them. I'll fix it so every piece of land that I let them have is going to be right there in the path of a hurricane. So that's a general suggestion. But you have to always, like I said, in the beginning of the book, there's a statement that is a focused statement, an anchor statement, you might say, of everything that I say in what I call the code book that I have put out here. And that is, if you don't understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. So even when you get ready to buy land, you have to keep in mind, I'm buying this land from the white supremacists, or I'm getting ready to sell land to the white supremacists who have allowed me to buy and sell land, because they do dominate all the land anyway, all of it. So if you buy any and sell any, that's, you're going through them. You're dealing with them one way or another, directly and indirectly. So you always have to keep in mind, if they're selling me this land, what do they have in mind to harm me? Because usually they're getting ready to harm you. They're selling you anything, either directly or indirectly. Help themselves become stronger or harm you. One or the other or both. And if you get ready to buy land, same thing. If you're going to sell it or if you're going to buy it, look out for the harm. Always expect them to do some harm, because they enjoy doing that more than they enjoy doing anything. They don't even want to breathe that they're not doing harm. That's what they're about. That's their mindset. They're the Barzinas and the McCluskeys if you use the Godfather model, or Key Largo, Johnny Rocco's of the world. Do harm. Figure out a way to do harm and laugh about it. Go behind the bushes and laugh of how you pull one over on them. Give the Indians plenty of liquor. Go over there where those black people are who want to be entertainers. And as soon as they sit down to the piano, walk up to the piano, sit right next to them, and tell them about the wonders of cocaine. That they got to have a little cocaine, and that'll make them be able to play that piano better, sing that song better. They always come to do harm, even when, as the character said about the Indians in the movie Key Largo, he says, even when, for some reason, even when we go to help these people, it winds up that we do harm to them. Talking about the Indians in the Everglades of Florida back in the old days. That was in a movie. Lionel Barrymore said that in a line in a movie, Key Largo. Even when we come to help these people, we wind up harming them. Even with our best intentions. Now, what does that say about the system? Not just the individual. The system is set up in such a way that that type of thing is glorified. So getting back to the central question, but I don't wander too far off away from it. The land, yes. Buy land, if you can, but with it in mind that the seller of that land might be trying to do you harm. So you got to think about that all the time, because you got to think about harm being done almost every move you make. And if you're selling land, same thing.
Okay, so basically you're trying to make a profit? Or
well, yes, and in order, because land is valuable. But see, like I said, you have to do everything within context. Even in the word guide, I mentioned context. Even when you make statements to people, like when I make statements, I'm thinking about context. I have to think about context. Context means considering all the things that may be connected with what I'm saying. Nowadays, there's a slang expression that basically means the same thing. It means thinking outside the box, which means what? What if? What if I buy this house at this price? What if the lawn becomes of a sort that is difficult to maintain? I mean, I got a nice house, but somehow the lawn that goes with the house, the topsoil keeps washing away, and I have to keep replacing it. And it's costing me more to replace the topsoil than it is to maintain the house. So all I'm really doing is maintaining a lawn. I mean, they didn't tell me that when they sold me the house, that there would be a problem with the lawn, that the lawn would always be a non-lawn, meaning no grass on it. It all washes away. Every time it rains, all the topsoil, the top dirt, washes away and takes the grass with it. So that now I always have just dirt out in the front yard and the backyard. Nothing but dirt. Nothing will grow on it and stay there without me just keeping at it and keep putting money into it and keep putting money in. They didn't tell me that when they sold me the house. They had all that artificial grass out there that they took up after they sold it to me. Tricky. Deception. In the white supremacy system, they can't function without deception. Deceiving people, saying one thing and doing another, as the people who are called red people, Indians, are called. They have said that. Thing, do another. Can't trust them. Always trying to do harm. even when it looks like they're doing something that most people would call good. Look out. You got to get nervous when you see them coming. Even when they start out with what you might say a wonderful idea of doing what you call good. Somewhere along the line, there's got to sneak something in there that's going to be harmful. Come to train the little boys to be soccer players, and the next thing you know, you got them off behind the bushes doing something that you shouldn't be doing. Helping them with one way, harming them in another. Beware. That's a terrible way to have to exist on this wonderful planet. This is a wonderful planet. Astronauts that look down from space and say, hey, it's nothing like this place down here. It really stands out, even among all the other things that are floating around here in space. It stands out. That thing that looks like a marble called Earth, the planet Earth, pretty well put together. You got air there. You got water. You got food. You got a lot of good stuff there. Whoever put that together must have known she or it was doing. But the people who are there, oh, they leave a lot to be desired, particularly the people who are running everything. They do a lot of wonderful things on one hand and do a lot of awful things on the other. Why can't they just do something wonderful all the time? What's wrong with them? Excellent questions that should continue to be asked.
When the white supremacists decided to change the rules of where black people could go, what were you doing at the time, and what was that change like?
I am not receiving the question. I receive a word here and a word there, but not. I'm missing a lot of words in the question.
Okay, probably. Yeah. I'll repeat it. When the white supremacists decided to change the rules of where black people could go, what were you doing at the time, and what was that change like?
I'm still not receiving the entire question. There's a misconnection somewhere.
It's probably white people. Gus, do you think maybe you can repeat it, and I don't know.
Mr. Fuller, the question is, when white supremacists, when they changed the rules about where black people could go, what were you doing?
Oh, in this area of the world, let's see. I was in uniform, in an Air Force uniform in Japan when they began to. And it depends on what rules that they had, because they had different rules in different places, and it was on uniform. Actually, the first time I was at a place called North Korea, when I first heard that they were so-called desegregating the armed services. I think I was. That's when I first heard about it. I heard rumors about it. Actually, it happened before then. But I was in North Korea in the early 1950s. Now, it had happened long before then. But I first experienced it, if that's what you're talking about, when I was in North Korea. And also when I was in training prior to going to North Korea as a soldier. Camp Chaffee, Arkansas at that time, 34th Medium Tank Battalion. We were training. and we were training alongside white soldiers. And many of the white soldiers and black soldiers went to Korea during that combat era on the same ship, and we were on the same battlefront at the same time. When I came back, I was assigned to Fort Sill, and I was told I would be in an all-black unit again. Now, that wasn't universal at that time everywhere. I mean, because I heard of other Army camps where that was not the case. That was the case at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, where they used to put Indians in stockades, too, when they captured them after taking their land. They told us after we came back from the battlefront that that's where we would be. And we would be in a separate unit. We couldn't be with the white fellows that we had been overseas in combat with. They would go and be in a separate place. Why? Because we were back here. Well, as long as we were somewhere, I mean, fighting somebody overseas and whatnot, we could all die right alongside each other. But we could sit beside each other in on that Army base, or rather off that base at Fort Sill, all be in the same unit. Couldn't be in the same barracks, couldn't sleep in the same barracks. Separate, what you call service clubs. Negroes in one place, white in another. On the base, on a military base. 1952. I was in the 2nd Field Artillery. They had one white person in the unit, and he was in charge, a lieutenant. I won't bother to call his name because somebody might change that and then want to make a ruckus about it. I mean that I call the person by the incorrect name. But the record will show. I know the person's name because it was just one white person in the entire unit, and he was the head of the unit. Everybody else was black. 1952, Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
Excuse me. How do suspected white supremacists generally treat you now?
The white supremacists have greatly refined the system of racism. So much so that you have many, many millions of black people all over the world who simply say racism doesn't exist. But the white supremacists, according to my evaluation, have just become more deceptive. That's all. They've taken down the signs, all the obvious surface stuff, but they do it with handshakes and smiles. They do it on paper. Most of them do not go around calling people names, and they will chastise other white people for name calling, using what they call, quote unquote, the N-word and that type of thing. White people will chastise other white people for doing that. But millions of the white people who do the chastising are white supremacists themselves. They believe in white supremacy and they only intend to let it go. But they have become refined. The system of white supremacy goes apparently through 4 stages, according to what I've outlined in the book. Establishment, that's getting started. I don't know when it started or who started it, but I say it did become manifest. That's number 1, the establishment stage. 2nd stage was maintenance. Once you start something, you keep it going. So they did keep it going. Number 3, expansion. meaning they took in more and more people down through the centuries. How did they take in more and more people? Because there's more people on the planet now than there was, say, 800, 1,000, 2,000 years ago. It's more people on the planet. Most of these people are classified as non-white. So that expanded the system as people were born into the system. And then the fourth stage, which is the stage that I say that they're in now, according to satisfactory to my evidence, the evidence the way I see it, the way I recognize it, is the refinement stage, meaning it doesn't look like what it used to look like. And it doesn't look like it's even there at all in many, many places throughout the planet. After all, there is a person who has the title of President of the United States who is classified as black, biracial, or at least non-white, whatever, but not white, who has a quote-unquote first lady who is considered to be, by most people's observations, black, non-white. And you have people all over the world in prominent positions considered to be who are non-white people. So on the surface, it looks like white supremacy doesn't exist, which goes to show you, in my opinion, that the refinement is just about complete. Because I say it's still the most powerful political and religious on the planet as we speak right now. It just doesn't look like it's at work in many places, affecting many millions and millions and millions of people. But they're destroying people, they're mistreating people all the time. It just doesn't look like they are doing it. I have a term in the word guide. It's called usual suspects. So anytime a non-white person is harmed anywhere on the planet, the white supremacists are automatically, according to the counter-racist code, the way I have written my part, the white supremacists are the usual suspects, automatically. Because they are the masters of deception, like magicians. You want to put it in a context where you might get a picture of how they operate. They operate now like magicians. They know how to do magic, you might say. You're looking right at what they're doing, but you're not seeing what they're doing. And that is one of the characteristics of a master magician. Now you see it, now you don't. Pull a rabbit out of a hat, and you say, I saw it. Nobody can tell me I didn't see that. That rabbit was in that hat. How did it's a mystery? Was there a rabbit in the hat when the hat was turned, so that if there was a rabbit in the hat, the rabbit would have fallen out. And even when you looked in the hat, there was no rabbit. But when he turned it the other way and reached into the hat, there was a rabbit. In fact, he pulled 5 of them out. Where was the rabbit? I don't know. That's a master magician. You're looking right at what they're doing, but you can't see what they're doing. But you would testify that you did see what you saw. And you did see what you saw. But maybe, yes, and maybe not. Magicians are excellent at mirror tricks. That's why they are magicians. You're not supposed to be able to figure out how they do what they do, even when you're looking at them doing it. And they themselves will say, oh, it looked like I was doing this, but that's not what I was doing. Because they are also masters of words. So even when you see them doing things, they know how to talk to you with such sincerity that you will doubt that you saw what you saw after they get through talking. Smartest and most powerful people that the world has ever seen. But that doesn't say that they have the correct intentions. That's why, as racists, they should be put out of business.
A lot of non-white people use the term interracial.
And it's the job of everybody who believes people, but to put them out of the business of white supremacy.
Okay. A lot of non-white people use the term interracial.
Hello?
Can I be heard right now? Hello? Can
Say
I be
that
heard?
again.
Can I be heard?
I
I'm not hearing the question again.
I can hear you.
Okay. A lot of non-white people use the term interracial. Did you hear that? Okay. I believe in the context of a non-white person that has a white and a black parent. Oh, okay. A lot of non-white people use the term interracial, I believe, in the context of a non-white person that has a white and a black parent. Also, it says in the word guide not to use this term or any others like multiracial, semi-racial, biracial, etc. For the listeners that are confused about the term interracial, can you please explain why you shouldn't use the term?
Should not use the term interracial, biracial, multiracial. Do not use these terms according to logic, because they are not logical. Race is racism. There's only one race. That's the white race. That's an organization. You have to join it. And you have to be white in order to be a white supremacist. The whole purpose for being in the white race is to be a white supremacist. The whole purpose for being in any race, and since that's the only functional race, all these other so-called races don't exist. That's something the white supremacists said that they exist. So of course, they do the classifying. The white supremacists do the classifying. So they tell people what race they belong to. But the white supremacists are, in truth, the only real race of people, called the white race. And it's designed to mistreat people who are not members of the white race based on color. It's designed to do that. That's the purpose for being a member of a race. Biracial doesn't make sense. Multiracial doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as a multiracial person or a biracial person. That's a political expression. And the white supremacists have invented that in order to do what? Cause confusion among whom? The victims. That's whom. Nobody's confused about that but the victims. The racists are not confused. They don't confuse themselves. If they confuse themselves, they'd be out of business. But anytime one person can confuse another, the person who is confused is the one who's going to be the victim. And that's true of 2 people in a room or millions of people. The people who are the masters of confusion will be in charge indefinitely as long as they can maintain the confusion. And they maintain the confusion for the most part through the use of words. So the white supremacists invent terms like biracial, multiracial, semi-racial. And then they say, well, you figure it out, what it means, what it's supposed to mean, what you can do with it. But from their viewpoint, it means you're not white. And I'm a white supremacist, and I'm in charge of whatever you are. I dictate whatever you do. But you can fight among yourselves about whether you're multi-this or semi-that or part-time that or whatever the other. And right now, within a racial context, they're doing the same thing with sexuality, something that hardly anybody wants to talk about because it's so confusing. And it's going to get to be more so. Why? Because the white supremacists have said that's the 8th area of activity. It's very powerful. So just like we are messing with the racial classifications and confusing the non-white people even more than they are already confused, and they are confused to the max already just about, we're going to confuse their sexuality too. Now you see it, now you don't. You're a male one day and a female the next. And then on Wednesdays, maybe you're not either one. What you are. And we'll just do this in every area of activity. Confuse them in labor, in religion, so that at a certain point we'll mess up their religion so much they don't even know whether or not they got one. They don't know what church to go to. They don't know what to say when they get there, what to do when they get there. They won't know whether to sing or fornicate. Confusion. Masters of confusion. And they haven't figured out what we're doing because we are magicians. We are codified. We are super at what we do. And they haven't even started it. Not only to work something out to oppose us, they don't even know what we're doing. And they certainly don't know how we do it, even though they're looking right at us every day.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
Biracial, multiracial, stop using the terms. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello,
I'm here.
do you hear me?
Yes, you can be heard. Okay.
Was I cut off?
No, thank you, Mr. Fuller. Gus, go ahead.
I wanted to make sure I got in some of the folks that had questions. Shulan, you have a question, and it's *8. And if you're on the free HD line and you have a question, the number on the free HD line is 760-569-7676, and the code is 564-943#. I saw Praz on the talk to you line. Did you have a question for Mr. Fuller? Praz, your line should be open.
Oh yes. I had a question regarding when you're at work and you're the only one that knows the counter-racism codification. How do you determine when it's going to be constructive to help other non-whites utilize some of the strategies that you recommend? And how do we prevent that from, I guess, the white supremacists from singling you out as being the smart non-white? Should you conceal that knowledge, or, how do you strike a balance between concealing the knowledge that you have of counter-racism and your wanting to help others to protect themselves?
Well, in the first place, you don't put the focus on concealing your knowledge, because there's no reason to do that. What you do is put the focus on what you're trying to do. See, it's not a matter of what you can conceal. It's a matter of what is it you're trying to do. Now, on a job situation, I don't care what kind of job it is or where in the world it might be, you always say to people, you ask, put everything in the form of a question. And the question is, the basic question, does everybody here believe that maybe we should go about doing things in a way that's in the best interest of justice. You know, if you're in a job situation, that's what you want to know. Somebody might say, well, what do you mean by justice? Well, just guaranteeing that nobody's mistreated and guaranteeing that the people that need help around this place get the most constructive help. Just focus on that. That's the procedure. That is the procedure. Anywhere in the world, on any job, I don't care what kind of job it is, just raise that question and seek answers. And don't help people with the answers. Don't try to lead people into, like, this is where you're trying to take them. You just raise that question and let people answer honestly, because what you want is answers. Somebody might say, oh, on this job, we mistreat people all the time. We like to mistreat people. That's what we do on this job. Now, if a person really thinks that and wants to say it, let them say it, because you want to know where people stand. That's the first thing you want to know. On any job, anywhere on the planet, involving any people, even people that don't even hardly speak the same language. Get them to understand, wait a minute, on this job, are we going to be about mistreating people, or are we going to try to do the best we can to help people in a constructive manner without mistreating anyone? I mean, you know, and let's get that straight before we even start the machines to run it. I mean, does everybody agree on that? Does anybody here think that's a terrible idea to work? You can do that. Because it's all about people and justice. You got people there. So people are going to be treated one way or another. So you just want to make it clear or get the clearance. I mean, somebody might say, oh, yeah, we mistreat people around here all day. You know, on this job, hey, we sit around trying to figure out ways to mistreat people. That's what we do. If you don't like it, get your hat. Well, they should say that. But now if they say just the opposite, then that's what you watch for. And you tell everybody that's what they should watch for. And you say that's what you should watch for. If people should watch you, you're about. And when it looks like somebody's being mistreated, you go back to, you know, you have a meeting or whatnot and just say it, you know. So you don't have to go around telling people about racism or nothing like that. You don't mention racism unless somebody else brings it up. Because what is it really about? What is getting rid of racism really about? It's about producing a world in which no one is mistreated. If people are going to still be mistreated, what's the point in getting rid of racism? Might as well have that as have any other kind of mistreatment. Mistreatment is mistreatment under any banner, under any disguise. Who wants that? There's all kinds of ways to mistreat people.
I know you referred
so
to...
you focus on guaranteeing that no one is mistreated, and the person that needs construct gets that help. Just those two, that you have that nailed down. Hello?
Yes. I know you mentioned in the amendments in the Constitution
Somebody's saying
that
something.
in
What's
certain
going on?
cases... Oh, hello?
Hello?
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Can I know that in the past you've mentioned the amendments in the Constitution and how they can be used to protect you when you feel like you're being railroaded in a job.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
You mentioned you mentioned that we can in a situation where we feel that we're being treated unfairly, we can use the amendments in the Constitution.
You use anything that has to do, yes, you can use anything that has to do with the production of justice. See, in every situation, when it comes to people, you're supposed to be always producing justice. Justice has never been produced, but you're supposed to be in the process of doing it, which means, if you go by the compensatory word justice, I made up one. I think it will hold up when you say, guarantee that no person is mistreated. At every meeting that you have, you say, wait a minute, does it look like somebody's going to get mistreated here? Sir or ma'am. Just raise the question. Open floor, And also, the people who need help the most, are they going to get it? Do we need help down there in the warehouse area? I mean, it looks like the people need help down there. They're kind of short of help. Maybe they're not short of help, but let's look into it and see if the problem is that the reason that things don't get done the way they ought to get done, that you got one person there doing the job of 3 people. Now, is that mistreating that person or not? Well, we don't know. See, always put it in the form of a question. Don't accuse anybody of doing anything. Guard against that. Make sure that you're not a part of that. But always raise a question. Say, is Miss Jones down there in the auditing section? Now, she had 4 people working with her. But now, she's down there doing what appears to be the work of 4 people, because the other 3 people are retired or went somewhere else. But they're not down there. But people in about Miss Jones' work. So let's look into this and see. Is Miss Jones actually doing the work of 4 people and we're criticizing her for falling behind? Let's look at that, because that might be mistreatment. Mistreatment in the form of what? Miss Jones needs more help. That's what. But we're not saying that that's what's happening. We haven't looked into it yet. But let's go and take a look. And sure enough, we might find that a year ago, Miss Jones had 4 people working with her. And everything was working smoothly. But little by little, one person got sick, never came back. Another person retired. Another person, 2 other people, got better jobs. And Miss Jones was left down there, and nobody noticed it, to do the work of 4 more people. Conclusively, 5 people when you include herself. Now, nobody noticed that. But maybe if we look into it, we will find that's exactly what happened. But it happened so slowly that nobody noticed it. And now everybody's talking about what a terrible worker Miss Jones is. And the poor lady is worn for frazzle. That's what I mean by paying attention, and reminding people of this, that, and the other. Reminding people of shifting situations. And that nobody, and that's when it usually happens, when they have what they call organizations and this type of stuff, that's when people are most likely to get mistreated.
Sorry about that, Mr. Fuller. The other line got disconnected. We should be connected, and you should be being heard clearly now.
I'm okay now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. But I hope that I made the point there. On job situations, all you have to do is focus on the word justice, not racism. Don't accuse anybody even of practicing non-justice. Stay away from accusations. Always stay, I have a cliche or a codified saying, stay in the inquiry lane. Just like driving a car, stay in your lane. The lane in finding the way to justice, in my opinion, is by asking questions, not making accusations. Stay away from accusations. Try to make everything that you say in the form of a question, because all questions have answers. Questions started with the universe. Baby is coming to the world asking questions. in their language.
Okay, we should be reconnected. Sorry about that, Mr. Fuller.
Okay, are we connected now?
Yes, sir, you can be heard.
Okay. But like I was saying, communications, the best form of communications between people everywhere is raising questions and getting answers to the questions that are raised. And when you get one answer to a question, you raise another question until all questions are answered that pertains to what it is you're trying to do. And that's keep balance in a workplace or any other place. You're trying to get understanding of what everybody's doing and why they're doing it. And that is all about solving problems without making any. That's the process. Stay away from accusations. Raise questions about things that are done, because everything that's done is supposed to have a constructive result. And you raise a question about that. You ask people, the things that are being done around here, are they designed to have a constructive result, ladies and gentlemen? Yes or no? Lots of questions could be answered by just a flat yes or no. And you can tailor your questions that way so that you can get yes or no answers. Are we all here, gathered here this morning, like we did yesterday morning, like we will be gathering here tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, every day that we come in? Are we going to all be on the same page, trying to accomplish the same thing, yes or no? And if we're not trying to accomplish the same thing, let someone speak, and we'll listen. And they will ask questions about what they have to say. Without making any accusations, we just want to know what we are all doing here and what the ultimate result of what we're all doing in this huge building or in this small building, in this large facility, this small facility, wherever we happen to be on the planet. What are we here for, ladies and gentlemen? Always be polite. No shouting, no cursing, no accusations, just questions. Questions and answers. That's the procedure. That's what problem-solving codification is supposed to be about. Questions and answers. Because all questions have answers, even if the answer is, I don't know, which will be the answer in many occasions. So once you find out you don't know what you should know, then you say, okay, well, since we don't know, and nobody here seems to know, let's try to, do you think that what we should try to do is establish a procedure for finding out what we don't know so that we all will know? And what is the best way to go about that procedure as of now that we all know that we don't know what we ought to know? And then you go at that. Questions, answers. Questions, answers. Questions, answers. Until you finally get whatever is the quote-unquote final and or best answer to every question. In doing what? In the production of justice. Because that's what people are supposed to be all about. People are the most important organisms in getting other things done, even where animals are concerned. They're the most important equation. So if people are out of balance, the animals, the air, the water, everything else might be out of balance because people are out of balance. And how do you get people in balance? Questions and answers with the correct focus in mind. And that is guaranteeing that nobody gets mistreated and guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help. And that was a long-winded answer to that question, but I tried to get all of the ingredients in there. I think it was Confucius who said, when a person asks a question, Try to tell them everything that you know that may be of value in answer to that question. That may or may not be a constructive statement, but I think so. I think it is.
Hang on 1 second. I wanted to make sure I can get some of the other folks who dialed in. Pam, if you have a question for Mr. Fuller, your line should be open.
Good evening, Mr. Fuller, Gus and Justice. It's a pleasure to have you on the show again. I did have a question for you. Earlier you said, Mr. Fuller, that you mentioned that the white people who practice white supremacy are the most powerful and the smartest. And I wanted to ask you, how can a white person not practice white supremacy?
By almost unbelievable effort. I don't know how in a system of white supremacy. Mm-hmm. But that's something that white people themselves, I would suggest, start working on 24/7 mm-hmm. and say, let's dismantle this system that somebody set up before we were born. Let's dismantle it. Let's systematically take it apart. Because as white people, we know how it's put together because we're the ones who hold it together. But just like we do all the other wonderful scientific things that we do, let's scientifically take this thing apart and replace it with a better system. And logically speaking, the better system would be justice. That's just my conclusion, simply because the system of racism is set up to maintain non-justice. It's just a more sophisticated way of maintaining non-justice, mistreatment of people. Just another way out of all the other thousands of ways, maybe millions of ways of mistreating people. That's all racism is good for. That's all being a member of a race is good for. So the white people have to determine that. I'm just trying to talk about what the victims can do, because as victims, we're the brunt of it. So we should really be working on it. But it's easier for a white person to dismantle the system of racism than it is for the victims. I mean, when you're on the deck of the slave ship, you got a better opportunity to make the slave ship into a ship that hauls better cargo than people to make slaves of. Why? Because you're on the deck. You got access to the captain. If you're not a person, if you're a person that doesn't believe in slavery and you're on the slave ship and you're right there next to the captain, you can say, you know what, Captain? Let's go out of the business of slavery. Let's start hauling food around to hungry people. I think we can probably win a few friends by doing that. And not always be fighting and mistreating and have to have whips and all like that and watch over people and throw people overboard with their babies and all this type of stuff. Let's just go somewhere and grow some food and haul it around to people who need food. And I think that they will help us and we'll help them and everybody will be helping each other. How about that idea, Captain? And the captain might say, you know what? Now that I think about it, why not? Or the captain might say, no, I like it like it is. I like whipping slaves. I like selling people to other people. I don't believe in cooperating with nothing. I believe in just lording it over people, whipping people, kicking people around, and laughing about it, and feeling good about myself. What am I going to do for my ego if I don't have slaves? How am I going to feel good about myself if I don't have somebody to kick around? I get tired of kicking my dog. I like to kick people every now and then. And black people are prime candidates for kicking. So then the white person who is making the proposal to change the system has got to be very convincing. So far, most of them have failed in being convincing to the captain when they have made that proposal. And that's why we still have a very terrible system in charge of the affairs of the people of this planet.
Mr. Fuller, have you personally ever met a white person that you felt fell into that definition of a white person who was sincerely trying to promote justice?
From what I have observed and listening to them talk and all like that, I have run into white people who seem to be really sincere about it, up to a point. That's why I say it's very difficult, because the white person who starts telling other white people, many white people will talk to me, but when they have to tell other white people this, and I've seen this up close and personal, it gets scary. And I understand why it's scary, because the other white people look at them as if they came from some other planet and say, what are you talking about? Going out of the business of white supremacy? Now, this is not the words that they use, but this is what I interpret that they're saying. Are you crazy? This is a wonderful institution. You wouldn't even have all the nice things that you have if it wasn't for the way we go about doing things. And you want to stop doing this and start gambling on something that hasn't even been seriously tried when this is working very well for you? Are you insane? Now, I've actually seen conversations like that, but they weren't in those words. See, I'm putting my own words on it. But I'm listening very closely, and this is what I'm really hearing. And the white person who is making this proposal or trying to do what most people would call the correct thing begins to shy away and feel guilty for even attempting, and actually a little bit scared, because it has been proven that white people who try to really get serious about changing this situation wind up like they say in organized crime, what is called organized crime, organized gangsters. They wind up getting a hit put on them. That has happened down through history according to books that I've read. White people who look like they are really serious about, hey, fundamentally, getting rid of racism, wind up in big trouble with other white people. So at a certain point, they'll go so far, and then they'll begin to back away and say, oh, this is just too scary. Oh, no, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be. See, and the fear of the unknown is very scary for anybody. So in that vein, I can sympathize with them for backing away. After all, I'm a victim of it, and I back away every day because it's scary. So I can see how a white person would be who is in that very vulnerable position, because they're apt to get whacked. They're apt to lose their job, lose their status, and then there's nothing I can do for them, so where are they going to go? It's a very difficult task, but I'm saying they have to do what seems like is impossible. The white people who believe in getting rid of racism, the bill that is being called for, the job description that is being called for, Mr., Mrs., Miss, whomever you are, if you're white and you're thinking about seriously getting rid of racism and replacing it with justice, you got your work cut out for you. And prepare for a whole lot of discomfort, because you're most likely to get it. You'll most likely not be able to see the payoff, except experience a whole lot of grief. But there's nothing I can do to help you, because I can't help myself. So you're on your own there. I say that to the entire white world. You're on your own, but that's what you should be doing. As dangerous as it is, that's what you should be doing. If you believe that the world should be based on the performances of something that hasn't been produced yet, universal man, universal woman, people who are doing the very best for each other and for all the gifts that they have been given to them by the Creator of all of us, or creators in some religions.
I just had one last question.
I hope that answers that question.
Yes, it does. I just had one last question. Do you have any plan to keep your books in print in perpetuity?
Well, I'm trying to do that, but here again, I'm under the system of white supremacy. They have allowed me to go this far. Mm-hmm. If they decide that, hey, your books are beginning to be read and listened to and read and taken seriously, and therefore, see, the racists, the way they operate, they don't care what you say. They are proving that, as long as it doesn't affect business. That's the way they operate. They don't look at the speaker on a podium as much as they look at the audience.
Okay.
And as long as preachers are preaching or people are writing books and nothing changes, the racists say, help yourself. Preach. As long as the people are doing what they have always done, I don't care. I'll help you preach. You want to print a book against racism? I'll help you. All you colored people out there, all you non-white people who think you know a little bit of something about how to deal with me, write it. I'll print it. I don't care. Because I know you and I know your people better than you do. And they'll do nothing, people, because I train them that way. So they'll talk about it in beauty parlors and barbershops. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to change their behavior. And I know that. And you're a dumb Negro if you don't know it by now. Now, I think that's what they think. But if they actually see it actually happening, they're going to come after the people who are doing it and whack them, people like myself. It's only when people take what I'm doing seriously and it begins to have an effect, I am in trouble. So you might say, in a way of speaking, I'm working myself into a position where I will be in trouble, serious trouble. And I know that. Now, do I like it? No. Am I scared of it? Yes. Well, why do I keep doing it? Because it's something I chose to do. I don't have any other explanation. If I choose to do something else, I don't think that I'm doing what I should be doing. I'll just be doing something else. And something else like what? Like I started this conversation off, I think that everybody, white and non-white, was put on this planet to solve problems. And once we stop solving problems, we're not carrying out what we are put here for. We've been given excellent equipment. When I say excellent equipment, I mean a brain, ears, eyebrows, a nose that takes in air, inhale, exhale. Even when we're asleep, we inhale and exhale. All these are gifts. They're supposed to be employed in doing constructive things. According to what? The logic that my little bit of brain gives me. And I didn't always even have that view. It took me quite a route to get to that conclusion. So I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. But it is dangerous. It can be dangerous. It's not dangerous now because I'm just talking, and the white supremacists are helping me to talk. They provide the means by which I can talk. And they say, talk on. Say what you want to say. As long as I am in business, I don't care about your talk. You can say anything you want to say, as long as I can keep doing what I'm doing. The people on the slave ship can say anything they want to about how they feel about the captain, as long as the ship is on course. That's the way that works. The white supremacists are very practical. They don't operate on the basis of emotion like their victims do.
Yeah.
We get bent out of shape about something somebody said. sometimes kill people on account of it hurt our feelings. The white supremacists say, I don't even need feelings. You all can have feelings. Jump up and down with your feelings, but you can't accomplish nothing.
Last question. Well, maybe I should let someone else get on. Gus, are there other people waiting? I just have one more question.
There are two other folks with a question.
Okay, then I'll hold on. I'll just give them a chance.
There are two other people with a question.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Fuller. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you very much. You really put it into perspective.
All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Mm-hmm. I hope that it was worthwhile.
Absolutely.
Good night.
Let's see. The person who called in, it was one person on the phone line, and somebody emailed a question. The person who emailed the question in, she wanted to know, she said she's studying the promotion of gutter sex to black females, and she would like for you to explain what you say in the code about how specifically black females engaging in sex with white men does the most, more than any other thing, to help maintain the system of racism, white supremacy. She said she would be appreciative if you could share on that.
Well, it's not just black females. It's any non-white people, period. Males or females. Because the sex act is not just a physical act. It's a strong mental act. And every time under the system of white supremacy, a non-white person has sexual intercourse with a white person, the non-white person is being taken advantage of on account of the power relationship. If they were equal people, wouldn't matter. It's man meets woman, or boy meets girl, or whatever you want to call it. But you have a prisoner and a warden situation under the system of white supremacy. So the non-white person is always at a disadvantage in one of the most important interactions that people can have, and that is sexual intercourse. So the non-white person is always being victimized, just like the warden going into the cell of a prisoner, having sexual intercourse with the prisoner and then coming out and locking the gate. The prisoner cannot follow the warden. Non-white people cannot do what white people can do on this planet. They're always at a disadvantage. That's what racism means. So you can have your sexual intercourse, but after you do it, you've actually lost, because now your mind is messed up too. Prior to that, it was just your body, because you're in prison. You're restricted. You can only go here and go there and do this and do that under the system of racism, according to what the racists want you to do, racist man and racist woman. But when you lay down and have sexual intercourse, and you enjoy it, you might enjoy it, and you say that this is all very personal and all like that, but you are in a world, you're on a slave ship, which is what the entire planet is, in the system of racism, and you're non-white. And you're at a disadvantage because you're a slave on a slave ship having sexual intercourse with the captain. Or the captain might be a white woman and you're a black male. And the white woman, who is the captain of the slave ship, comes down the ladder, like some of them did on the plantation, and say, you there, the big buck on the end, come with me. So she takes you and cleans you up and takes you to bed. And then after you finish, you say, all right, I've taken my pleasure with you, and if you got some with me, more power to you, but less power to you, because now I really messed up your mind, because you've got to go back down there in that hole with the rest of the Negroes where you belong. Goodbye. See you next month, maybe. That's the way that still works. everywhere on the planet, even when it appears that that's not happening, because the white supremacists are magicians, and they make it appear that that's not what's happening, but that's what's happening. The non-white partner's mind is messed up, but they don't even know it. Goes with the territory. Why? Because of the logic. At an instinctive level, I think the non-white people who are engaged in this type of thing, many of them on a huge scale, on an instinctive level, I think they know that. Got to be aware of the system of white supremacy. So you don't have that umbrella protection because you're a prisoner. You can have sexual intercourse with the warden if you are a prisoner. As they say, the warden might take a shine to you. Come into your cell, spend the night there. Take you to his office. Spend many days there. Feed you well. But at a basic level, you know that you are still a prisoner in a prison, and the warden is the warden, and you are not equal to the warden. But you will tell yourself that you are at a certain point to keep from going insane. Now, we get rid of the system of racism, replace it with a system of justice, no problem. Everybody's even Steven. Everybody can then, for the first time, be one big happy. But until then, it shouldn't be done. People should refrain from doing it, including people who have been doing it. White people themselves who want to contribute to solving this problem will accelerate the process simply by saying, let's hold back the sexual intercourse until we settle this matter. Let's do it in a way that should be done. The warden tells the prisoner, no, I like you, and I know you like me, but let's wait until you're not a prisoner anymore. You're no longer on parole. You're no longer, you got your full citizenship rights, you might say. You're just equal to me. Now, that's the way it should be. Now we can have sex. That's the way to do it. And we'll both feel better about it. And we can do more constructive things. That's logical. But the way it is now, the white person who has sexual intercourse with a non-white person in the system of white supremacy is child abuse. Whether you choose to look at it that way or not, that's the way it's written in the code book. And I mean, that's from my viewpoint, that's what I'm saying it is. And thinking logically, it can't be any other way, other than to say that there's no such thing as white supremacy. Now, if you take that position, then, hey, then everything that I'm saying is invalid. Everything that I'm saying is invalid. But if you say that we are in a system of white supremacy, then you have to look at that sexual intercourse between white people and non-white people in this system as it is, as child abuse, and the non-white person is the child that's being abused. Because that non-white person is in a childlike position. Put it right up there with sexual offense on the part of the white person. Sorry about that. That's the only sane way to look at it. Unless there's no such thing as white supremacy. So that invalidates not only that particular thing that I've said, it invalidates everything that I've said and have been saying. It means it's not so, because everything that I'm saying is based on there is such a thing as white supremacy, and it's alive and well as of this minute as we speak. my entire premise, everything that I've been saying all the time about race, is with that presumption. And if that's not true, then everything that I have been saying is false. Everything. Because I've been saying we're under the system of white supremacy. And logic says, if that is the case, sexual intercourse between a white person and a non-white person in the system of white supremacy, the non-white person is being abused. End of story. And you won't find any double talk there.
Negrito's Away, if you want to get your last question in, Negrito's Away, your line should be open.
Good evening, Gus. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my question is to Mr. Fuller. In your opinion, how would you mend the relationships between black men and women? Because currently it seems like there's a big rift. I mean, each one saying that the other is not treating them right, and sometimes each one would say, well, they have to go either to somebody white or they'll go to another country. Like, for example, currently some black men feel that they need to go to South America to find somebody there because they feel that their own women here is not treating them well. And black women would, let's say, they might advertise to go to another country as well, like Italy or something like that, and find a man over there because black men don't treat them right here. What does codification have to say to that, and how would you, in your opinion, how could this problem be mended?
Do the best you can. That's what I've been doing. And do not expect it to be nowhere close to the way it ought to be, because it ain't going to get there. We're in a system that won't allow it. That's the reason. Might as well face up to that. That's all the more reason for getting rid of the system. It may satisfy you. You can get a situation that might satisfy you, but just because it satisfies one or two or three people or whatever, whoever the people are involved, but it's still not the way it ought to be, because we are in a system where people are out of balance with each other. We shouldn't expect that. Ladies should not expect that Prince Charming and all like that, to satisfy all their needs. Is not going to happen unless you're crazy, which means you're telling yourself things that are not so. Now, you can fake it. Many, many millions of people do fake it. They fake it very well. They pretend that what is, isn't, and what isn't, is, because we are in a deceptive system. So we are taught to be hypocritical in a deceptive system. So you cannot expect any of these relationships to be what they ought to be. So now you minimize the conflict with that, with what? Truth. Which means before the first act of sexual intercourse between a white person, between two non-white people, because that's what it should be. As long as the people are classified as non-white, black, brown, red, or yellow, tan, beige, whatever, these are the people who should try to match up. Why? Because if it's a white person involved, you're being taken advantage of, whether you realize it or not, whether the white person realizes it or not. Because the system makes that situation awkward. Okay. Now, but even with non-white people, since the entire system is poisonous, the so-called relationships are going to be poisonous. So don't expect any interaction between, so-called marriage or boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever you want to call it, to be the way that it ought to be. There are going to be some pluses and some minuses. And just like any mathematical equation, you figure in how can you withstand the minuses, because there's going to be some. Now, one thing that will minimize the hurt that usually goes with it, the confusion that usually goes with it, is before the first act of sexual intercourse. This is according to what will be in the code book the next time around, in the revised and updated edition that I'm working on, leading in that direction. Compensatory action is this. Before the first act of sexual intercourse, both people should agree over a period of time, short period, long period, they can move as fast as they want to, before the first act of sexual intercourse, that's the criteria, both people should talk to each other and ask questions, as many questions as they will ever want answered in their entire existence that pertains to this prospective relationship. I would say, and this is just hypothetical, over the years, I think that before the first act of sexual intercourse, the total number of questions has been between the male and female who are involved in this prospective interaction, get together, you might call it. The total number of questions asked and answered truthfully has come somewhere between 15 to 25. That's my own, you might say, somewhat casual estimate, ballpark estimate. It should be about 175 and all the way up to maybe 200, but a minimum of about 150 right up to 200. I would say somewhere in that area. Certainly well over 100. Questions asked and answered about everything that pertains to each one of the persons. They should have these questions asked and answered of each other truthfully, and and don't ask questions or answer the questions until they are comfortable in doing so. That's what you call really getting to know the person before the first act of sexual intercourse. To start asking questions after the first act of sexual intercourse doesn't work very well. In particular, when sometimes people just go ahead and get married without asking questions. And when I say questions, I mean every question that's ever going to be asked. What are the things that you like? What are the things that you dislike? How many boyfriends or girlfriends have you had that you had sexual intercourse? What did you do when you had sexual intercourse? Where? When? Under what circumstances? Have you ever had sexual intercourse with a white person? Where? When? Under what circumstances? On and on and on. Ask all of what you call, most people would call, hardcore and the most embarrassing questions that will ever be asked about everything that you have ever done and everything that you have even thought about doing. Those questions will be asked. Just things that you have thought about doing and didn't do, but you thought about doing them. Things that you tried to do and couldn't do because of this reason or another. Include all those in your questions and answers before you head to the bedroom for the first time. Now, what is the purpose of this? So that you will know everything that there is to know about that other person before you get to that bedroom. That when you're in that bed for the first time, you don't have any questions at all about anything because you got the answers way up front months ago. And you're satisfied with the answers that you got. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there. If you're not satisfied with the answers that you're getting, that means you don't go anywhere near the bedroom in the first place. Don't start no mess, it won't be none, as the old folks used to say. That's how mess comes about. Comes about from 3 words: I didn't know. That's what keeps coming up on the radar every time there's a breakdown in what you call relationships. I didn't know. I didn't know you had AIDS. I didn't know you were on parole. I didn't know you were married 5 times. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you had sexual intercourse with 2 of my cousins. It shouldn't be anything that you don't know about this person that you're going to get in that bed with. Now, I know that's a brand new idea. But I think that will minimize any conflict that will ever come up between any two people who have gone through that process and decided, hey, I was uncomfortable with a lot of the answers that I got, but now that I've thought about it in retrospect, I did get the answers. We both told each other the truth. We're ready for each other from now on, because there's nothing that we don't know about each other, even if it might take, and how fast do you move with this? At your own pace. Everything is compensatory. The compensatory code goes at a logical pace. What is the logical pace? Whatever you decide for it to be. It might take, you might can do it in one afternoon, all questions asked and answered. Or it might take 7 years. But all questions should be asked and should be answered. Any questions that are skipped over can't be asked later on. That should be the procedure. Don't bring this up later on. We both agreed we weren't going to answer that question right there. Neither one of us is going to answer. We'll just leave that lay. We'll let that be bygones. But we cannot bring this question up later. And it's totally democratic. It's just between the two people. They go at their own pace. I don't think anything has been thought up yet that's better than that to alleviate a lot of the conflict between non-white males and females in what you call getting along. Because of what? You eliminate the I didn't know factor. Oh, don't say you didn't know, because we covered this. We covered this in depth. We talked about it for months. So this has all been covered, okay? So there's no I didn't knows in there. Every possible question that will ever be asked or answered by any two people anywhere should be asked and answered. Skip overs, you can do that because it's democratic. You might decide to skip 80% of the questions. So what? You can't bring them up later. That's the law that you made for yourselves. How does that sound?
Thank you. That was good. Thank you.
I think it will work. I think it's the procedure that should be standard. Everybody should adopt that. Be a better world. But too many of us have bought into the idea of, I don't want to know. Well, that's fine. If later on you don't want to know either. Don't say you don't want to know now, and then later on you want to know. No. That causes problems. Because everything comes from what? I didn't know. That's where the problems come from. I didn't know you drank like that. Shouldn't be any I didn't knows. I didn't know you liked to run around like that. Shouldn't be any of that. I didn't know you liked to gamble away the rent money. Shouldn't be any of that. I didn't know you liked to beat up on people. I didn't know you were a lady beater. You didn't tell me that. Well, we skipped over that one. We agreed to skip over that one because that is on the list. You ever strike a lady? Under what circumstances? When? Where? How many times? What were the results? Hey, let's, because the code says for ladies, first time, last time. That's code. No male is supposed to hit you at any time, ever, and call himself somebody who he has chosen or you have chosen to be with in a sexual way, and that person is going to strike you because of something that you said or did, that's an absolute no-no. And the first time it happens is supposed to be the last time, meaning, hey, this so-called relationship is over. You just announced it. When you hit that person, when you made that connection, that's it. Even if you have to still stay under the same roof for the next 10 years, that's still it. That should be universal law. You raise your fist, or whatever you raise, and strike her after saying you wanted to be with her? No, it means you made a mistake when you chose her and then wound up doing that. And this whole thing is a mistake, and it can't be undone. That should be absolute. Well, I lost my temper. No good. Doesn't work. That should be done away with forever. That should be so firm. No recourse. No contact, no conflict from that moment on. That's all. First time, last time. This so-called relationship has just been announced. It's over. Period. No matter how long it's been going on and didn't happen. It happened now. Finished. Kaput. In. See, what black people need worldwide is some absolutes. And that's one of them. That will help us, all of us, male and female. Shout, argue, disagree, yes, that's going to go with the territory. No hitting. First time a hit made, last time. That's the code way of looking at it. First time, last time. First time, last time. First time, last time, over and over again. That's it. This so-called relationship is over. You just announced it. When that hit was connected, that's it. Forever. Phone calls, all that, that's over. That habit needs to be broken. And black people need to pioneer that for the entire world to understand. Black males say we want to be men. That's one of the first steps toward becoming one. Instead of going around bragging about we're already there. We're not nowhere near there. I know I might be stepping on some toes, including mine, but they need to be stepped on. We need to get serious. That's one way of doing it, right off the bat, in one of the most important interactions that there is. And that's an interaction, like the gentleman just asked, about this male-female thing and all of this derision, all of these can't get along and all like that. One of the first steps toward doing that get along is to cement that there's not going to be any hit, period, under no circumstance. In particular, are they about something that was said or something that they heard or the way you talked to me or you didn't do what I told you to do. And I'm the man of the house, which we are not. There's only one man in this house, on this planet, in the system of white supremacy, and he's white. So forget about that manhood bit when it comes to talking to anybody, male or female. Forget about that manhood. We are not there. We're just big boys. Because you cannot be a man and be subject to the system of white supremacy. That's the equation there. That's impossible. That includes me. Based on what? Logic. Sorry about that. Got to learn to tell the truth, even when it hurts. Because it hurts like it ought to hurt. That's how things are improved, when you're hurting. If you hurt enough, you'll do something about it. I'll do something about it.
Did that answer your question, listener on TalkShoe?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fuller, for sharing your time. As I said, always.
All right, sir.
Appreciate it.
And I thank you, and hopefully we can get together and do this again sometimes, and hope that maybe I can improve in the process.
All of us, we are still learning, as you always say. Have a fantastic Tuesday evening, Mr. Fuller. We will definitely be in touch with you soon.
Yes, sir. Can I get a recording of this? I like to critique what I do.
Yes, sir. Would it be, I know you had told me before, your son?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay.
Right. Whatever process you can do it, that's the easiest.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Take care of that. Thank you again, Mr. Fuller.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Mr. Fuller.
Context of white supremacy. We will take a quick commercial break. He actually hung out quite a while today, Mr. Fuller. We will take a quick commercial break and be right back before we wrap things up. I will make sure I give out the address again. If you are interested, if you need a word guide and or a code book, the address is tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. Got to make sure you get Fuller in all caps, and you can you'll see the order form. You can print it out, mail it off, and get your word guide, code book. I think you get a discount if you get both books together. Very important material. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Context of white supremacy.
RacismDaily.com, your number one source for global news reports on race, racism, and overt actions of white supremacy. From Asia to the Americas, to Europe, to Australia, to Africa, racism is not a thing of the past. It is our current reality. Be informed. Be globally informed. You should be the first to know. RacismDaily.com, RacismDaily.com, RacismDaily.com.
Is racism hurting you? On issues of race, are you unable to speak, think, and act with clarity and confidence? Are you tired of laughing when nothing is funny, smiling when you are not happy, agreeing when you really disagree? At counterracism.com, you can learn specific strategies and techniques to counter the behaviors of the people who practice racism in all areas of activity, using words correctly, following counter-racist logic, even counter-racist science projects designed to reveal what racism is, how it works, and how to counter it. The open-source code writing format allows you to pick and choose from a variety of counter-racist suggestions so you can produce the code that works for you. Stop by counterracism.com today and help replace racism with justice.
That's counter-racism.com.
Do you need a one-stop shop for all of your multimedia needs? Triumphant Multimedia is a skilled team of professionals with a passion for great marketing and chic design. Our specialties include consulting, brand development, copywriting, and creative graphic design that's second to none. We also offer photography, photo retouching, videography, and video editing. At Triumphant Multimedia, our goal is to provide highly effective creative solutions built to suit any individual need or budget. Give us a call at 678-732-8067 or check us out online at trimultimedia.com.
Hi everyone, welcome. This is Justice with the C.O.W.S radio program. If you want to learn about, understand, and counter racism, white supremacy, be sure not to miss a C.O.W.S episode. We keep them jammed, packed with constructive information to sharpen your use of words to help eliminate the system of racism, white supremacy, ASAP. Also, to be able to invest in my counter-racist efforts, co-hosting the C.O.W.S radio program, please visit my blog, justdojustice.blogspot.com.
You're just saying just buckets and buckets of words.
Context of white supremacy. Again, the address, if you need a word guide and or the code book, the address is tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. You got to make sure you get the Fuller in all caps. tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. Word guide and or code book. Go to that address. You'll be able to print out the order form. We will be back tomorrow. Program time will be 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We should have a white man on the program. I don't know if folks out there have been following all of the media attention towards Jeremy Lin, victim of racism, so-called Asian male. He's a guard for the New York Knicks. He's been playing well for about the past 2 weeks or so. At any rate, there has been a lot of racism. Can't catch you up on everything because, I mean, you know white people. But just, I guess, some of the more major incidents, I posted my blog post. There was a white person, I believe, in the stands at a Knicks game, and he had a sign that said Yellow Mamba. I guess for tomorrow's program, Brian Willock, that's his name, he did an article on BleacherReport.com talking about this and how racist this is. And there were actually several other people who pointed out the racism in them just even choosing to air this sign. Whelan, sorry, I said Wheelock. Whelan, Brandon Whelan, that's his name, Brandon Whelan. At any rate, so they had the sign of Yellow Mamba. They had up on the Jumbotron, they had television screens at the game. They had a sign that had a fortune cookie with his face in it. Jeremy Lin, Asian male, with his face as the fortune in the fortune cookie. They had another one where this one was more recently. This one did get labeled. Well, actually, it was not labeled correctly, but a lot of people got upset. ESPN, they did a headline story on Jeremy Lin. They lost the game. He had a pretty poor game. He had, I think, like 9 turnovers, which is pretty horrific for a point guard. And the title of the report was Chink in the Armor. That was the title of the article that ESPN had. And apparently this went out on mobile phones and some other places, and folks caught it and were like, whoa, that seems pretty trifling. ESPN has reprimanded, quote unquote, these white people. As I said yesterday, white people do not get fired, they get transferred. I'm quite certain these white people will be rehired and working someplace else in a matter of days. But anyway, they had a long segment on ESPN with our good friend Skip Bayless, suspected racist. They call him out, it seems, anytime something racial happens, racism-related, white supremacy-related in sports. They'll call on good old Skip Bayless to come out and offer his 2 cents. I remember when white people were burning LeBron James' jersey, he came out and gave his thoughts. There's been a couple other times. Tiger Woods, certainly, he's weighed in. They have a 12-minute conversation. My mouth just fell open. I know I talk to different folks, and they say sometimes they will hear victims saying things about racism, and, oh, you just want to cringe. My mouth was on the ground watching portions from this clip. I will play it as we close out. I'll play the whole thing just so you kind of know what to expect for tomorrow's program. And I've just given a few highlights. I haven't even shared all of the things that have happened, racist incidents, in my opinion, with Jeremy Lin. But that'll be tomorrow. Brandon Whelan. He does have an article on BleacherReport.com. We'll play that before we go out. Before we conclude, Justice, did you have anything you wanted to share?
No, I didn't. No, I don't.
Right on. we will be back tomorrow. It'll be 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. That would be Wednesday, February 22nd. We'll wrap up. I'll just check in to see if the listener, if they had a quick question. I want to play the sound clip, and that should do our 3 hours. Tapello, did you have a question that you wanted to get in?
You know what? I think we can ask this tomorrow if you guys are tired. We just had a supposed, first of all, good evening to ladies and gentlemen. We just wanted to, we had a incident, and my wife wanted to ask, should we do a certain thing, because our kids volunteer, and they come in contact with these suspected racists when they're volunteering, and they have a little incident. But I guess we can share it tomorrow if it wouldn't be too long, if you guys are, tired and stuff. You guys still there?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure that I heard correctly. You said you had an incident where your daughter was volunteering. She was volunteering, is that?
Yes, they work at a community center, and sometimes the community center goes to a food bank, and they help make prepared food for other people. And well, you know what? I'll let my wife tell it. Here you go.
Hello.
Greetings,
my kids they're in a mentoring program. I work with the mentoring program, and they go there every week. Well, this particular incident last week, we went to it's called the Kids Food Basket, and they prepare meals for kids to take home after school, and they distribute these lunches around the area, different schools. Well, the kids really enjoyed themselves volunteering and preparing lunches, sandwiches, and stuff, and we thought everything went good. So the lady that's in charge, she emailed another lady and told her the kids enjoyed themselves and they'd like to come back. Well, at the same time, another lady that was in charge of the Kids Food Basket, she got an email from the other people that worked there that night and told them your kids were disrespectful, they were in unsafe zones, they were talking back, and none of this happened at all. The kids were acting better there than normally in the program that we attend. So I was trying to figure out, should we go back there, or should I let my kids know because they try to use the excuse, well, other people that volunteer there aren't around, people of different races. Well, I don't know, because we wanted to bring the group back there to volunteer, but I feel like I don't want to go back there. So I was wondering what should be done.
You said, who made the statement that they are not accustomed to being around people of different races? Who made that statement, and what was the context of that statement?
Okay, mostly the people that were working at the Kids Food Basket, that's the name of the organization, they were white. But the lady that we were dealing with was black. And she's the one, I believe, that made the statement to the director of our program. And she, I guess, was trying to, defend them. I don't know. Because it's all the kids are black in the program, in my program. And there was other people there volunteering too, other kids, white kids. They weren't acting the best, but they put all these negative things about our experience there.
Okay. I guess let me make sure I'm correctly understanding the situation. So you go to this volunteer program. You have your children, 2 children?
Yes, my children attend a mentoring program.
Okay.
And they went to go volunteer at another organization.
Okay. And the people
with a group, I would say about 15 other kids and mentors and about 5 adults.
Okay. And you were in this group when you all went to go help out the people at the other organization?
Yes.
Okay.
Like we were making sandwiches, preparing lunches, putting food in the bags.
How many white people were in your small group that went to this other organization to help?
Probably about 3 or 4.
Out of the total number of?
Out of like about 15 kids and about 6 adults. So I would say 3 were white.
Were they
3 adults? All the kids are black.
Okay. So 6 adults, 3 of them are white. All the other people, adults and children included, are not white.
Right, in our organization.
Okay. Was it one of those 3 white adults that made the allegation about your children not behaving correctly?
No, not in our organization. At the Food Kids Basket, the people that work there, in their organization, they said that our kids weren't acting, they were disrespectful, they were in unsafe zones where they weren't supposed to be.
Okay. Were those...
So, yes, all the people that were working there that night showing us what to do was white.
Okay.
There were also other people volunteering there at the same time that were white.
Okay. Think I got it. I'll relay it. You can set me straight if I missed any details. So you're going to volunteer organization. They, I guess, give out food to help black people, like black children, to go get food, give out to these black children. Your organization goes through another organization. It was 15 of you all going to do this, 6 adults, the rest were children. All the children are non-white. The adults, it's 50-50. 3 of them are white, the other 3 are non-white. You were present with your 2 children. You go to this other group to help, and it's white people that are in charge of this organization to help black children, and the white adults at this other organization make an allegation that your children were not behaving correctly. Is that the situation?
Right.
Okay. Well, I would say, number one, that is a great learning experience. Isn't that what President Obama said? This is a great learning experience where you can talk to your children about racism, white supremacy. Wonderful illustration. You can point out myriad of things that you can point out. I guess first and foremost, even look at who is in charge of things that are supposed to be set up to help black people. Look who is in charge. Make them very aware of that. See there? These are supposed to be set up to help black people, and who's in charge. Okay? That would be one. I would point out. 2, did they hear the black person? You said it was a black person who made this comment saying, white people are not, I'm paraphrasing, they're not accustomed to dealing with other races. Was that the statement that she made?
Right.
Okay. I would point that out. Now, for that statement to be made for white people who are in charge of an organization or anything that's supposed to be about helping black people, that is highly revealing. That you have people who are in charge of something that's supposed to help black people, and it seems that people are suggesting that they're not comfortable being around black people, or that they have some sort of difficulty having contact, having good relationships with black people. Very important. And you can kind of tell your children that might be false. Pay attention. Do you think that these people, the white people that are in charge pay attention to the way that they are conducting themselves with the black people. This might be a false statement. You can observe, see for yourself. Now, as far as the comments that were made about your children's behavior, you were there. I would say this is definitely one of those. They do this to black people constantly. Try to make little comments that you don't know how to take care of your children. You can't. They do that all the time, trying to erode black parents, black attempted parents under white supremacy. And I think Nan Mightywick, he said this consistently, where it's the exact opposite, that white people have no regard for children and they have a really tough time. Like, it really tries their patience to have to look out for their little soon-to-be racist children, or racist children, however you want to phrase it, that it's them that really struggle to be parents under the best of conditions, white supremacy. In fact, they dump their children off on us. The white woman that was on the program last week said that. With that, I would trust your judge. If you were there and you know that your children were well-behaved, you could just point that out to your children. Now, do you see these white people? They were saying that you didn't behave, that you all were in unsafe zones. I would point that out to them, and the way I would probably, one way I guess I would probably look at handling it with the white people directly, you would just ask questions. When they say that they were not in safe zones, well, can you point out? Can you point out all of the areas that are not safe zones so we'll know exactly where children are not supposed to be? Did they explain that? Like, when you all got there, did they designate these are areas that children are not supposed to be? Were there any clearly marked areas where children were not supposed to be?
No, and it didn't even look like there was unsafe zones there. It was like one big building. You could see what was going on in the whole room. So it didn't even seem like there was unsafe zones, except maybe the freezer.
Okay.
So, I just wondering, should we even go back to, like my daughter, after her experience there, she said, I want to go back and volunteer. See, we would have never known that's what they thought if we would have just left there thinking, this was a good experience, the kids enjoyed themselves, they want to come back and help out again. We would have never known that happened if the black lady that worked there didn't let our director know.
Oh, okay.
So they didn't see any of, I don't know, I'm going to talk to them some more about maybe the interactions they had with the people, the other volunteers that were working there that were not with us, and see what they tell me. But I was just wondering, should we even go back there to volunteer, or should we go back and just ask questions like you said?
I'm not laughing at you. People were typing. I want to say this, number one, thank you all for sharing. I think this is exactly what Mr. Fuller would suggest, exchanging views, problems we have around racism, white supremacy. Number two, and this, is something I try to say consistently when people share incidents of racism, white supremacy, and how best to handle it. Mr. Fuller, he says this pretty consistently. This is just my view. It's a lot of different ways you can go about solving things. I try, this is just part of my code, I try to not exactly tell people what to do. I just try to think through situations, offer a few thoughts. There's many different ways that you could go about doing things. And I don't try to tell people what to do. I'm not an expert on racism, white supremacy, just my 2 cents on it, and, just try to figure out the best way to go. And especially with children, I will say again, Gus T Renegade does not have children. With that said, with regards to going back, I would say that's something I would talk with your children, talk to your partner, and, kind of see what you think about going back, and if it would be constructive to go back, and if so, why. If it would not be constructive to go back, don't do it. I definitely, I encourage victims of white supremacy to try to minimize the amount of unnecessary contact with white people, meaning if you don't have to come in contact with racist man, racist woman, try not to. They are extremely dangerous, and you can it's like clockwork. It's the sun coming up. As I said before, you just got to expect it. If they're white, they're going to practice racism, white supremacy in some way, shape, or form. That's just a blanket rule. However, I can see in this situation, if it's a volunteer program that is supposed to be helping black children, I can see how people might be vested in that. One thought that I had was seeing if there's a way to help black people where you don't have to be in contact with these white people who it looks like are going to practice racism. I was also thinking if you decide to stay there, this can be a great opportunity for codification. Like, number one, if they're going to be white adults present with my children, we would have to have a conversation. Jerry Sandusky. We got to talk about that and how we're going to codify making sure that no white person is ever able to do a Sandusky with our children. So that would be number one. This is what to do. Stay on the lookout. These white people have already shown themselves to be trifling and, extremely suspicious. We don't ever want, don't be alone with these white people under any condition. Anything happens where you feel, suspect or in danger, yell. And I would say even yell fire so you get as much attention as possible. They tell you that in rape courses. Don't yell rape, yell fire so that you get maximum help and that nothing odd or strange, inappropriate, incorrect happens. With regards to dealing with what happened today, like that's one, that could even be a good exercise, like going back and getting the people to explain. What do you mean when you say safe zone? Where are the safe zones? Where are the zones where children are not supposed to be in? Get them to explain, if they, hey, we all want to be about safety. If there are places where children are not supposed to be, let's make that very clear so we can announce it to everyone present because there are a lot of children here. We got other children here. I'm sure we're supposed to be, responsible for the children in the program. So if anybody knows about unsafe zones, where they are and where children aren't supposed to be, let's get this out in the open. We want to make sure we're in compliance there. And then get whoever made that remark, they can explain. They can show you where the unsafe zones are if such a place exists. If there were specific, that's anytime white people make allegations, detail it out exactly what was done that was not correct. Did they say anything else other than the children were in these unsafe zones?
Okay. Thank you for your advice.
I was asking, did they say that your children did anything else incorrect?
Yeah, they said the unsafe zones. They said they were disrespectful. They said there was one other that was, but I can't remember what that is. Disrespectful. They were running around in unsafe zones, and there was one more, like a list of stuff. But then in the end, they said we really appreciate their help because we got the stuff done faster.
That's that I would want that detailed. When they say disrespectful, what do you mean exactly? What was done? And I would want them to spell that out. And I would probably, if you all feel like it would be constructive to go back, I would talk to the racist suspects that are in your organization, like the little group that you all go out to these other groups. I would let those three white people know. If anything comes up, if anybody, has said that my children are doing something incorrect, let me know. I'm here. I'm supposed to be supervising them, so let me know immediately if something happens so that I can correct that and make sure that they're all in agreement about that. You're here. You're their parent. You should be the one that's contacted if it's really an issue. But to me, more than anything, it just sounds like white people, the typical trifling behavior, and seeing it was probably the white child. Didn't you say your children were the best behaved ones there?
I saw the white children right in front of me, and I remember mentally taking a note on what they were doing. But I didn't think that they would, they were doing stuff. But I remember mentally like, okay, they need to calm down.
I strongly suspect, I think Mightywick has said this, When you see, just being observant of white people when they're out with their children, that it really bothers them. For non-white people, black people, to see white people having problems with their children and not being able to manage their children, and to be caught out in public and seeing their little hellions running around and doing all sorts of craziness and not being able to, that really bothers them when non-white people observe this. And it might have been them trying to compensate for that. Like, you know, we'll lie, same thing that they do all the time. We'll lie and say it was her children. We'll just go and make that up so we'll feel a little bit. But didn't you see those black children run around acting crazy? Oh, what a disgrace. And, oh, it was terrible. So we can just go spread that so we won't feel so bad, since they saw our children were the ones that were acting crazy. White people do this all the time. That's what it sounds like it could have been.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, and I mean, again, you can use it. I think you could go either way. I could see if someone said we want to use this as counter-racist training. You're not going to be able to hide from racists totally. It might be something where you feel like this is where you can get some practice, codifying your daughters. You'll be present, codifying your children, excuse me. You can kind of get some practice and allowing them to see how they're going to deal with racists, knowing this is what they're going to do and how you function in this sort of situation. I could also see folks if they say, you know, you can find a way, let's try to find a way where we don't have to come in contact with racists at all in helping other black people, because I think that's great to be doing something where you're assisting other victims. But, you know, I'm sure it's a way to go about doing that where you don't have to come in direct contact with racists and have to deal with these sort of remarks and things. But, you know, you kind of talk to your offspring, see what they think. You said they seem to be expressing that they wanted to go back.
Yeah, because they thought it was a good experience. So I will talk to them about it and have them, if I do take them back. Because at first I said, well, because at first I felt like, okay, they want to go back, I'll drop them off for an hour and come back and pick them up. But after this, I was like, no, I can't drop them off. I'd have to be there with them, because they might say they stole a bologna sandwich or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they told them that the kids came there hungry, although the kids ate before we took them there. They said, and they brought the kids there hungry. So.
How did they make that? That's another one. How did they determine that they brought the children who brought their hungry? Like, were they begging for food?
I think maybe one girl said she was hungry, and it turned into all the kids were hungry, but they ate before they got there. And so, but any kid's gonna say, if they see a bag of chips, I'm hungry, even though they just ate. I mean, that's just what they do.
And
I mean, my kids are probably hungry because I didn't feed them before we got there, but I don't think they said that. They were just working hard. All the kids were working hard, trying to get the job done. And so I appreciate your input.
Right on. Thank you for sharing. I don't know if that was something if you wanted to, and the other folks down the line, but definitely I hope parents who are listening in ponder on these sort of situations, whether it's best to use it as a training experience
for your family and how to deal with
in the best manner with racist man, racist woman, or just avoid that altogether. Definitely something to think about.
I think they need to know, so I think it's a good training, and I probably will take them back and we'll ask lots of questions.
Gus?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an echo in the background. Do you know that?
Do you still hear it?
Yeah, I do. Wait, say something?
Something?
Say a sentence.
A sentence? Is that enough?
Yeah, just say a sentence. Like a full sentence.
replace white supremacy with justice immediately. White people should never be trusted.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine now. It's gone. It was going on for a while, but it's good now.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to hear if any of the other folks that are listening in, if they had any thoughts. Like I said, I'm not an expert. Did you want to hear any other feedback, or are you all good?
If anybody has anything specific. But other than that, I think I'm going to try and I might take them back. I'm not sure yet. And ask questions. I'll probably talk it over with my kids and tell them what they said. They can learn. I think it's a good learning experience. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known what we would have thought everything was fine. So I think I'm okay.
I don't know, Mr. Reed, I do see one hand up. Mr. Scotty Reed, founder of the Black Talk Radio Network. Did you have something?
Yes. The first thing I would like to do is say greetings to everyone that is listening to the program, and, of course, to you, Gus, and Justice. But I just wanted to, before I respond to what the lady was just talking about, I just wanted to congratulate you with your 3rd year of broadcasting.
Oh, thank you. Right on. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
And you're welcome. I didn't realize I had actually thought you had been on the air longer than 3 years. But I guess, I've been listening the whole 3 years. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't know what to think when I first came across the program on Blog Talk Radio, because being a victim, and I always recognize I don't know everything. I still have things that I have to learn, that I have to get out of the habit of doing because of programming, white supremacist programming. But, I'm glad I stuck with the program, because I think that this program and what you do is a great contribution to the education of victims of white supremacy. And I would just hope that the people who have been supporting this program financially and by listening, that you will continue to do so that it can stay on the air, because I think it's that important. In terms of what the lady was talking about, I would start teaching the children to document everything. We would like to keep children innocent, and not expose them to the evils of this world, but they're getting exposed to it whether we decide to do it or not. It's being forced upon them. And so I just feel like, especially when a child is old enough to start interacting with other children and adults, especially in a school setting or, whatever programs they might be in, that if they feel like they're being mistreated, that they should, document it, to always, come and let the parent, let their parents know how they were treated, and, have a conversation about it. But I think documentation is key. I don't care how old you are, because then, then you can take action against them. And I just found in my experience that when you have documents, when you have taken notes and stuff, that you're liable to get more positive results when you go to those lengths to write stuff down. So I would recommend that to her. The question, there was another question unrelated that I had, and it was something that was brought up to me earlier on a program that I was doing. And this young man had told me about how an older woman, we call them elders, but I'm learning that somebody posted in the group that elder doesn't necessarily mean that you have wisdom. You could just be an old, dumb person. And so this woman, he talked about it, and it got me to thinking about how even older non-white people have been brainwashed by the media to view our youth in a negative manner and refer to them, as thugs and criminals and stuff like that. And I don't know if you've ever addressed this on the program. If you have, I would certainly know where to or would like to know where to find it in the archives. But has anybody ever addressed, how the generations are being programmed to hate each other? If I'm making sense.
It does. Yes, you are making sense. You're making sense. I'm trying to think. You have to give me a second to remember. There was a guest on the program, and he was talking about how words, he was saying that you can use words in a way that disconnect one generation, meaning one group of people who were born at a certain time. You can disconnect them from another group of people who were born at a different point in time. You can do it by words and changing terms that are used or giving the same words new definitions. They were saying that that's a major way that you create a disconnect between groups of people. I have to take a moment to remember which program, which guest. I'm not sure if someone else has talked explicitly about that, and specifically with black people, older black people having a distrust or thinking poorly of young black people. I've heard Mr. Fuller and I've heard Dick Gregory address it before. And I'm not sure if they did it on this program, but I've heard both of them talk about how they get very tired of hearing older black people, and they're both older, so they're talking about black people that are in their age bracket talking bad about younger black people because they both said, and I've heard them say it repeatedly, that younger black people now are just doing a lot of the same things that older black people did, fighting amongst each other and the language and a lot of that stuff. That's what they've been seeing from black people their whole life. So those are two people that I can think of who have talked about that specifically, and older black people talking about it specifically, saying that it shouldn't be done. So I have to think back to see if they talked about that or addressed it on this program, but I know I've heard both of them do it before, repeatedly.
Mm-hmm. I had just never heard anybody speak on that, and I'll certainly do some research and see if I could find what they have spoken on, but I've just never thought about that, because as I look at what's going on in New York City with their stop and frisk program, and not just that, that's been going on for forever, and just how our young, especially black men and women to a degree, maybe not as much as our black men, are targeted. And it's just not anything different. They were targeted back during all our generations. And so I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand, how is it that the older generation all of a sudden, can just turn their backs on the problems of the youth when they experience the same racism and white supremacy directed at them, but now all of a sudden, they don't care. And they think that these black youth deserve the treatment that they're getting at the hands of these police and stuff. And so it's just very sickening to me, and I'm just interested in hearing more on that issue. But that's all I had to say. And again, congratulations on the 3rd year. Hope y'all on the air many more years.
I suspect, this is Uncle Men, I suspect that that the white Jesus plays a great role in that disconnect with the generation, because they've seen the failures of their brothers and sisters, and now they see this new wave of children doing the same thing that their peers were doing when they were young. And they go to church to forget, to get entertained, to forget what's going on, and then come back out and washed, however they want to say it, washed anew, come back out in the real world like that ain't them. That is not their problem. Let God handle it. And the God they're talking about is Jesus, or white Jesus. And white Jesus is attached from them. So I think, my personal opinion, that the church plays a big role in that problem, that disconnect.
I would also weigh in. I think I'm sorry.
Congratulations, by the way, 3 years. Being on the radio as well. I didn't realize that 3 years went around that fast myself. I just recently started listening. I think I was about a year ago. I had to catch up on a lot of this stuff, so that's why I wasn't able to listen to it live. I still catch up because I get behind. But they're great programs. Opened my eyes immediately. Thought the same thing as well when I first came across it. First words out of my mouth was, "What the?" I got to listen in. Because I thought it was some white show talking crazy. So I, had to know what's going on. And then I, recognized it was some black people talking and everything. And then I caught I just saw the site. It was great. It's a great program. That's all.
Thank you kindly. Pam, were you going to say something?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, just piggyback on what the caller was saying, and that was, I think it's anti-blackness, unfortunately, which is pervasive throughout everyone's mentality, but I also think it's guilt. I remember a lady at work, she's close to 60, and she said that she felt like, it was their turn, that the people her age had already done what they could do, and it's the young people's turn to step up and do whatever. But I could see that it was like a combination of guilt and helplessness. And I think a lot of it's guilt. I think it's easier. It's like being an appeaser. We're kind of throwing our kids to the crocodiles in the hopes that we don't have to take responsibility. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but I think some of it's guilt. I think on some level, and I've seen this in older black people, they don't feel that they really, I won't say that they failed, but I think on some level they may have feel that they have failed. And rather than deal with that, you just kind of throw the hands up. So.
I think that they think that they failed. Mm-hmm. Because they see failure so much. I think they actually think that they failed. Because I've spoken to my father-in-law, who was part of the Black Conscious movement, and he claims he gave up because it was so disorganized. And drugs came into play. And it became more disorganized when the drugs came into play. Nobody was following the rules no more. So they saw immediate failure. And I think that anybody else is looking from the outside in is going to see that failure on a greater scale and not even try anymore.
I think also that's some fear. I think we're afraid to really look at what we have to do and look at the real culprits. So it's kind of like the people in a prison camp that turn on the other prisoners, because they feel that the warden's just too powerful. There's no use even dealing with that. Plus, they're afraid of the warden because the warden has killed a lot of people. And so the power of the system and the warden makes them reluctant and afraid to attack that. So we just attack each other. So it's easier to attack our kids than it is to attack maybe what we secretly or deep down know is a white problem. It's easier just to keep attacking each other and safer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that as well, because that is another factor of terrorism, to instill that fear as well. First you stifle the revolution, and part of that stifling is what? Cutting off the head of the snake, assassinating people. At the same time, you attack them with drugs, and you disorganize. Now everybody's disorganized. But when they were getting disorganized, they were getting assassinated too.
Right.
So, yeah. Terrorism is terrorism. But, they were not trained to deal with that type of attack. They just weren't trained for that. If they would have been listening to Neely Fuller, they would have been prepared. But, I never heard of Neely Fuller before. Started listening to this. Everything is so logical. Why not think militarily like that? So, it does not. Nothing surprises me when it happens anymore.
Me either.
It's always everything.
Yeah. Excuse me, Gus. Didn't Mr. Fuller once say, and I think it was Mr. Fuller, he said that a lot of the older black people have seen things and experienced things that they won't even talk about. Is that Mr. Fuller?
Yes, ma'am. He said that to me. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, they carrying around a lot of stuff. I just think it's overwhelming. I don't care whether you were born 100 years ago, 50 years ago, or just becoming aware now. I feel a lot of times like, my God, how can this system be destroyed based on where our people are right now? And how much, it's just so global and so intrinsic. You got a whole nations that can't stand up to it, let alone a captive population. You got sovereign nations where the people have their original culture. They have their resources, and they can't stand up to the white supremacy system. A good example is Iran right now, that they are literally crushing. So that we've a captive population with no independent resources, no independent sovereignty, don't even know who we are. Let's be for real. We don't even know who we are. That was taken away from us. And we are what you would call created into the perfect slave, the person with no past and no future, based on what they want us to believe. And so our identity, but yet they're crushing people who have a whole nation. So this system can overwhelm anybody. But unfortunately, in all Mr. Fuller's years, he can't really say there's a single white person that was willing to go all the way to the wall to overthrow the white supremacy system. So it's really up to us. And I think that's the one thing I got out of that response was, it's going to be up to us. And I think it's important, not to have a lot of false bravado and a lot of false revolutionary talk. Don't talk about picking up weapons, none of that. You got to really look at what's going to be required. And I think that scares off a lot of people. And even the older people, they're afraid that if they really start telling these young people the truth, they're going to get them killed. So they just let it happen. Because they feel like no matter which way they go, if they tell you this, you're going to get killed. If they don't tell you this, you're going to get killed. So I think they feel helpless. So instead of dealing with that, we just resort to attacking each other like rats in a cage that don't see a way out. But you got to make a way.
I agree. I think that's one of the big reasons that anti-blackness, why we really have to be very disciplined about not blaming the victim and criticizing, scrutinizing, finding a way to get into conflict with other non-white people. Like that really has kind of got to be because I think what the Mr. Reed was talking about, older black people, older victims, doing a lot of talking bad about younger black people. I mean, that's par for the course. Like, black people do that all day. Like, whether, I think the caller, the male that asked about conflict between males and females. I mean, it's just conflict among black people in general for anything. You know, we have different views on how to deal with racism, so we're going to get in conflict. You know, you looked at it, just any reason, no reason. It's really got to be a big part of solving this problem is really make every effort to focus your frustrations, your energies, your time and energy as much as possible with doing things that are constructive for you, the black people, and how to deal with racist man, racist woman in the best manner possible, the way that's going to get the best possible result. When you find yourself not doing that, spending time having to do a lot of talking about other non-white people and what they're doing wrong, probably things have gotten off track. Because that's par for the course. When you're not focused on the problem, white people, you end up doing a lot of blaming of victims. And that can include yourself. Make sure I get that in. That can include yourself.
Yeah. But, you know, on a hopeful note, I would say to the listeners is there is a lot of power in what you can do. I literally refer to it as the power of non-participation. There is immense power in not participating, immense power in not participating in the entertainment industry, not letting them take your money, immense power in not falling into the traps of degrading yourself with these false beauty standards, immense power in not sleeping with white people. There are things that we can do that they cannot literally stop us from doing. They cannot make me listen to a CD and laugh. They can't make me listen to comedy that ridicules me or ridicules black features or ridicules black men or women. They can't make me sit in a movie theater and watch a black man in a dress walk around for 2 hours in pantyhose. They can't make me disrespect you. They can't make me name call you. They can't make me marry a white person. They can't make me eat bad food. Well, food is something that you can afford or not, but you get where I'm going. The power of non-participation. And I think what we're going to do is put that on the website. And, you know, the power of non-participation is a powerful, powerful tool. First of all, it increases your self-respect. Secondly, it allows you to utilize the power that you do have. They cannot make me go in Best Buy and buy garbage. They cannot make me have sex with a white. You know what I'm saying? There's just so many things that we can do that do not require putting your life at risk, that do not require money. In fact, most of the things save money. So we have to learn to build up our empowerment inside. Before you talk about taking on a system, you got to get control of yourself. And that's not easy, but you can build up things. And when people see you respecting yourself, they're going to do one or two things. They're either going to be watching you and maybe down the road following suit, or they're going to stay away from you. So either way, you're still planting a seed. So there's things we can do to plant seeds in each other so that we don't become feeling so helpless that we just throw our hands up. You can't go and create a military off the top of your head. A lot of things I think people think on the level they got to match them power for power. No, you match them with your mind to the best of your ability. Take control of your behavior. Like Gus is always saying, name calling, and I'm real bad at that. But that's something I can control if I choose to. It might take time and practice, but I can actually control my mouth. So I'm just saying the power of non-participation. Stop participating in things that destroy and degrade other black people and enrich and empower white people, and learn to control ourselves. So, you know, I think it's important that we don't come away from tonight feeling hopeless and helpless, because we're not. We're very powerful, and they know who we are, but they know we don't know, whatever that means. But I like to think about it once in a while.
Right on. Excuse me. Well, thing, it was a listener. They sent me a question that was very similar to what Pam just said, and along the same lines. There's so many folks that they will quibble. It's been 3 years. They will quibble about white supremacy, and you should say white domination, and you're giving white people too much. And the question, that's what I was looking for. This is the question someone mailed me. I told them I was going to give my response on the air. They said, I'm a new listener to your program. I stumbled upon your program a couple months ago after reading the ISIS papers by Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. I was looking for more materials on Dr. Welsing on iTunes, and lo and behold, your podcast showed up. I listened to most of the interviews you did with Dr. Welsing and Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., and from then on was hooked. The question I have for you, sir, is, according to the definitions you use for racism, white supremacy, the definition I use for racism, white supremacy, it seems to me as a victim to imply that no matter what we do as black people to fight white supremacy, it won't matter much because they, meaning white people, have all the power. So how do we put them out of business if your definition implies we have no power to fight against it due to their supreme control of everything? I'm just confused about that. Maybe you can offer some clarity or suggestions to help me clear the fog of confusion. I would greatly appreciate that. My response, thanks for checking out the program. Hope it has been worthy of your time and energy. I definitely believe that victims can and should work to eliminate white supremacy, racism. I think a major reason we have not solved this problem is because we have not correctly understood the system of white supremacy. White people as the most powerful force on the planet amongst people. I believe that for us to solve this problem, we're going to have to be honest about the power that white people have worldwide. I see and speak with black people who are experiencing major problems because they underestimate how dangerous white people are. I will read that sentence one more time. I see and speak with black people who are experiencing major problems because they underestimate how dangerous white people are. If I didn't believe the system could be eliminated, I would not be doing the program. If white people could not be defeated, they would not be such enormous liars. And they would not interfere with, badger, and murder non-white people who attempt to eliminate racism. They could simply announce to the world that they intend to abuse us forever. I liken it to attempting to purchase an item. I want to be honest about the price of the item I want to purchase. If I tell myself and others that the item costs $5 when it actually costs $10,000, I'm going to have a major problem. The correct way to make a purchase is to be honest about what the item costs, even if you don't have all the needed funds at that time. Acknowledging the accurate price allows you to get the needed funds. We can't sell white supremacy cheap. The system is awesome and will require an equally awesome effort to be defeated. I believe black people are more than capable of accomplishing this. We've just got to make the decision in our mind that this needs to be done. Thanks for the question, sir. If this isn't satisfactory, please let me know. That would be my response to anyone. Very important, in my opinion, to acknowledge white people are extremely powerful, extremely dangerous. However, they can and should be put out of business as soon as possible. But we got to be honest. We've got a very difficult task before us, but we are more than capable of accomplishing it. if everyone is good, unless everybody's good.
Yeah. I was just going to say that's a really good point, because if we weren't capable, they wouldn't spend 365 days a year, 24 hours, 7 days a week to make sure that we don't get off our knees. They wouldn't have to do anything if we weren't capable.
Absolutely. Dare I say, I suspect we would still be on Blog Talk Radio if we were not capable of solving this problem. If white people really thought that, there's no chance of us doing anything about their system, we would never be on TalkShoe in the first place. That said, man, tough spot. I'm glad, first of all, thank you to the listeners who dialed in with the problem. I will say again, I'm not an expert on racism, white supremacy, but, I definitely appreciate the opportunity, folks sharing. I know it's difficult. And it can be embarrassing. It can be tough to share how white people abuse us and mistreat us, and not knowing the best way to handle that. But it definitely is something I appreciate. I think it makes the problem more real. What we're talking about is not something abstract. It's something that you can't even step outside your door without dealing with this. So I definitely appreciate it. And anybody else, if you feel like sharing, if you're having difficulties, problems, and you want to share and see what folks have to say, what they think, hear our views, definitely dial in and share. So yeah, thank you again to the folks who dialed in, and I hope you all are able to come to the best resolution possible. With that, I'm having to make a decision. That clip that I was telling you all about, I feel like you all should hear it. Like we're about 50 minutes over, but I feel like you all should hear it. It's 12 minutes. Like, I've seen these segments before where they will have Skip Bayless, suspected racist, where they will have him come out and be racist, basically, in talking about an issue of racism that's popped up in sports. I've seen these before, and they normally are about 5 minutes, maybe even not that long, sometimes less than that. This is more than 12 minutes. I will play it. I will play it. I will play it. This is from ESPN, and all this just happened. That's why I said I'm so excited about the program tomorrow, because we'll be talking about this and all of the other stuff. This is just one of so many incidents that's all around this one so-called Asian basketball player. Several of them in the past week and a half, past 10 days, basically. One incident involving ESPN, and there have been a multitude of them. We'll be talking about this tomorrow with a white man, Brandon Whelan. He wrote a piece for Bleacher Report. If you check the blog on my page about Jeremy Lin, it's about 2 weeks old now. If you scroll down to the bottom, I include links to other people who were pointing out that this was a racist act, them having this sign at the Garden saying Yellow Mamba, talking about a so-called Asian male. If you go down to the bottom.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but did you ever finish your story on the...
Man, you interrupted me about that story. I'm glad, because there were so many people. Like, people have emailed me while Mr. Fuller was on, like, make sure you get back to the coffee shop.
Yeah, man, we've been waiting.
Right
I've
on.
been waiting.
I second that.
Hey, let's get to that story. Let's get to with that one first.
Right. We will get back to the coffee shop. Be patient. They are interrupting, like they're bringing it up when it's not even relevant to what we're talking about. I will finish the coffee shop story, yes, but you should listen to this. This is important. Another illustration of racism. And, it is amazing. I really don't... I'm not very surprised very often. That's a major part of codification, to not be surprised about things. I'm not surprised very often. It was pretty, I will play the clip. Again, this is like 12 minutes. Skip Bayless, suspected racist. There's another announcer who's hosting the program. He is also, I believe, suspected racist. And then you got Stephen A. Anderson, who is a victim of racism, black male. The only thing I will say is I thought it was very significant that this black male, victim of racism, made a point of illustrating that I suspect very powerful white people at ESPN decide whether or not he gets a paycheck. If I had my highlighter, right, and I was reading my college textbook, this would be underlined. When he, at the very beginning, he makes it clear, hey, power, he doesn't say white people, but man, I suspect powerful white people at ESPN decide whether or not I, a black male, get a paycheck. They have decided not to employ my services before, and I know it could happen again. He makes that very clear, and then he says what he says as a victim of racism. Check this out. This is from ESPN today, and I didn't even violate the abstain and tell policy because I don't have cable. So right on. I was not watching cable to watch television. Right on to Crete. This is Jeremy Lin and the latest incident of racism directed at him, context of white supremacy.
It is a part of the Jeremy Lin story that wasn't exactly feel good. ESPN became part of the story over the weekend when a headline writer was fired for using the phrase chink in the armor to describe the Knicks' first loss in the Jeremy Lin era. An ESPN anchor was suspended 30 days for using the same phrase. 2 points of clarification here. The writer claims that it was an honest mistake, and the anchor says that, insists, in fact, that the offending word was unintentional. He has apologized. Stephen A., you believe there is a bigger issue at play here. What's the point you want to make?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to comment about, what our employers decide to do. We work for them. It's not our place to do that. I mean, when they let me go, when they didn't renew my contract a few years ago, I didn't comment about me. So I'm certainly not going to comment about anybody else. Let me say this, though. At some point in time, the black community has to recognize that we share a level of culpability in any kind of incident like that transpires. Because the heightened sensitivity that exists in our society today, we are in large part, we have a lot to do with that. As my man Skip Bayless and I have talked about over the years, there's never an excuse for somebody in a very derogatory fashion, especially, to use the N-word. There's just no excuse for it.
Excuse.
We understand what it means. We understand the historical perspective of that. Right. But there are a multitude of other things that we have classified as racially insensitive. Some of the leaders in the black community have done so, and I'm not sitting there and calling them out as if they were wrong. I understand whether you're a Reverend Al Sharpton or Reverend Jesse Jackson. I was just with Maxine Waters, representative out of California years ago, who I love dearly. The issues that they fought, they grew up in a different time. They lived in a different time, and there's a level of sensitivity that they harbor because they know what it means, and they've experienced some of the things people of my generation have not.
Right.
However, that heightened level of sensitivity has had a contagious effect on other communities. So suddenly everybody is sensitive about a lot of different things because they're saying, well, if the black community gets to be ultra sensitive about anything that could be perceived as race, we may not even be sure. We might think it. And because of that, it becomes something that generates a shrapnel of criticism and controversy, and ultimately we're touching on it in such a fashion. Then you have people from the white community speaking up and saying, wait a minute, what about what we find offensive? All right, you have people from the Hispanic community. What about what we find offensive? Now you've got folks from the Asian community. What about what we find offensive? And the list goes on. And here's what has happened. We're in an unforgiving society now. Regardless of what you want to sit there and say, we don't have to talk about this incident or whatever. There are other instances in our lifetime in America where people have lost their jobs. They've lost their livelihoods. I'm on the record. I don't believe Jimmy the Greek should have been fired years ago. I've always said that. Yeah. He was off the air. He was in a bar. He was inebriated, and somebody stuck a camera in front of his face. And because of that, 30-plus years of a career down the drain. We're unforgiving. And I'm looking at a black community, and I'm saying we make up approximately 13 to 14% of the American population. Okay? You look at the Census Bureau reports, it says that by the year 2039, the black population will increase by 1%. The Hispanic population in this country will double. Wow. When you look at it from that standpoint, we're in danger of becoming an endangered species, okay? So when you look at it from that perspective, you have to get to a point where you don't erase what you're sensitive to, okay? But you have to be forgiving from the standpoint of if somebody apologizes genuinely, let's try to be a bit more forgiving, because if we're not, then other people are not going to be so forgiving when something goes down with them, whether it's the ethnic groups or whether it's the homosexual community and what they perceive as offensive. And suddenly people are losing their jobs, they're losing their careers, they're losing their ability to provide for their families and all of this stuff. And why? Because somebody made a mistake. We got to be careful about having an absence of compassion. You can say what you want about me. I sit on these airwaves across from my man here, and we call it like we see it. But it is rare in the day when somebody can look in my face and tell me there's an absence of compassion, that I want somebody's career to be over, that I want somebody to lose their job or their ability to provide for their family because of a mistake. And it emanates from a level of sensitivity that we harbor that, dare I say, sometimes is just not justified. The N-word, that's flagrant. We know what that is, particularly when it's white on black because of historical context. You know not to do that. But there are some other instances, white community and other communities, where black folks classify something as a racial issue that I quite honestly don't find justified. And that's got to change. That's what I wanted to say. Strong?
It is strong. That is big and insightful of you to acknowledge. And I appreciate that enlightenment, because I hadn't thought of it quite that way. Though I must point out, Saturday Night Live opened its show the other night with a scathingly satirical skit based just on what you said, in which the black commentators were making Asian jokes, but then when the white guy on the end made some jokes about the black guys, they're like, what's that about?
Right. It's not fair. It's out of bounds.
Okay? And it really put that, what you just said, in a humorous perspective. But speaking of humor, can sensitivity sometimes become oversensitivity? Maybe. But I will take oversensitivity compared to undersensitivity any day of the week, because I think it's a painful but necessary process we all have to go through. I know in my younger days as a columnist, I wasn't sensitive to some factions, what they found offensive. And I was shocked, like, really, that's offensive?
Right.
But if any group perceives your humor, my humor, as offensive, then we should just stop it. We should eradicate it. Because even if we're saying we speak fondly, we're kidding because we love, doesn't work. If you're offended by it in your group, in my group, where I'm from, the state of Oklahoma, some people get offended by being called Okies. I do. I take that very offensively because of the Steinbeck Grapes of Wrath. Okay, you probably have no feel for that whatsoever, but I take it deeply. I'm really deeply.
So you're saying we need to be oversensitive just so we recognize everybody's sensitivity.
May I interject with this, though? I don't disagree with a single word that you just said, but there's a bigger problem. And the bigger problem is that, Skip, sometimes, and this is what bothers me, and that's why I felt the need to say what I just said, there are some things that people don't know is offensive. I mean, I don't know the list of things that are offensive to the homosexual community, to the black community, obviously the black community, to the white community, to the Hispanic community, to the Asian American community. I don't know.
Right.
Now, if you tell me that it's offensive and I ignore you and do it anyway, all bets are off. But if I didn't know, I didn't know. I remember when the whole Rush Limbaugh controversy came out years ago with what he said about Donovan McNabb. My issue with him wasn't what he said. It was once he was told why it was offensive, his unwillingness to initially apologize.
Right.
Don Imus, same thing. Look, man, it was a joke. I understand that, but do you understand how that resonates? Once you're told, okay, then you should be given that initial opportunity to apologize. And if you do, and you're sincere, let's move forward, because the bigger issue is this. Black folks don't make mistakes. We make mistakes all the time. So what happens if you don't if there's an absence of sensitivity and there's an absence of compassion, then obviously people are going to switch it to us. I got white folks out here calling me a racist because they don't like what I said about a particular player or something like that. But I ignore it because I know they're false. But why do I ignore it? Jay, I'll come up to you. Skip, I'll come up to you. I'll come up to numerous white folks that I know that are my friends, and I'll be like, excuse me, how did this sound? Did this come across that way? So what I'm trying to say is that, again, but that's after I came up to y'all. I don't just assume that I'm right.
No,
and
that's the best thing you can do is actually go to someone of that set and ask them, is this offensive?
But we're living in a society where people are not getting an opportunity to do that before losing their jobs.
Let me give you an opportunity here, Stephen A.
That's tough.
I'll give you an opportunity because I envision that there will be many from your community. There will be blacks that heard your message and won't be happy with it.
Right.
You're probably going to hear from many of them on Twitter. So just go ahead and address all of your critics now because you know they're going to be out there.
Let me say this to black America. I didn't say y'all. I said us. I'm a proud black man. I love my people. And they can sit there and say whatever they want, but you guys know, and people who worked with me here, Fox, CNN, anywhere else knows that I come to the defense of my community on many, many occasions in those newsrooms, in the newsrooms of the newspaper and all that. I've been doing this for over 20 years. I don't have to talk about it. I've done it. And what happens is that you don't see a plethora of African Americans having the voice that I have. This is about uplifting our community. I just gave a speech, the National Alliance of the African American Scholar Athlete over there, receiving a Watkins Award. African American athletes, stellar athletes, all with a 3.5 or higher GPA. I gave a speech to Representative Maxine Waters and others were there this past Saturday in Los Angeles. And I made the point that, you know what? Forget about racism. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's two things. Number one, it's not as prevalent as it once was, all right, and certainly not as overt. But more importantly, it's close to irrelevant from the perspective you can't legislate what's in somebody's heart or mind. And if you focus on that, like a lot of people in my community choose to do, more don't, but there are some of us who do, it has served as an impediment to my community. We got young black kids out here. If you're thinking about somebody and your excuse is race, that is an excuse and a license to exhibit a dereliction of duty, to not go all out, to not do the best that you can, because you have got a built-in excuse. And if you have that, how does that benefit us? That's the truth here. I don't care what black leader you can point to out there. They did not go through what they went through so we could look for excuses. They were trying to fight the good fight to make a fair and equitable system. And it's gotten more and more fair with each passing year. We can't continue to lean on excuses because clearly our community is suffering more than any other community in the United States of America. And if a black person out there's got a problem with me saying that, you can go kick rocks. I do not care. I love my community, and I'm speaking for my community. I said what I said. I mean what I mean. You can tweet, Facebook. I don't give a damn what you do. It means nothing to me. I stand by what I said, and I didn't stutter.
Well said. And let me quickly address your being called a racist after discussions we have on this show. This show has become known for fearlessly addressing racially based topics.
That benefit us.
That's what we do.
We run from nothing.
And we have healthy, productive discussions that I always learn from. I've learned a lot just sitting here for the past 5 minutes.
I have as well.
And yet, as soon as we have one of these discussions, and I look down my Twitter responses, you're a racist for even bringing up the topic. You're a racist for talking about it, and I'm a racist for talking about it. It's what we do. And I hope that I know some people have benefited from what you just said. I know it in my heart, and they know it in their hearts even if they won't acknowledge it.
Very strong.
Way to go. Good job.
Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Like you just had to hear it. I had only listened to like 30 seconds before, and I heard it like basically the first time with you all. Man, the only thing that again, Stephen A. Jackson is a victim of racism. He is a victim of racism white supremacy.
Mm.
The only thing I can say, number one, white people are flexing real hard. Oh, wait a minute. The first thing that should be said, all of this was about, they called this Asian male. I think they said it at the very beginning. I didn't hear them say a word about that incident. Like, that got thrown totally out. What happened was, I'll say it again, it happened not just once, it happened twice. I forgot all about that. They published an article about this Asian male. The title of the article was Chink in the Armor, with a big photo of an Asian male on a team that lost, and the Asian male had a bad game. Not only was this the headline of the article, they also had a white man on television who said chink in the armor, talking about this Asian male. So it happened twice, and they fired the guy and went through all this. They didn't even talk about that. That got thrown totally in the trash to do a Susan Smith, a Bonnie Sweden. Black people are to blame. I will point out one other thing before I check to see if folks have any thoughts. I told you it was amazing. I'm really surprised. I knew something was suspicious about this the moment I saw the time. That's one thing. It was 13 minutes. They never have 13-minute segments to talk. I mean, they do this all the time. If you remember last summer when white people were angry, 2010 summer, white people were furious. They were going to lynch LeBron James. I think they had more than one. And they had one where it was like explicitly, is this hatred for LeBron James, is this racist? And they had Skip Bayless on. I think they had Jamila Hill, black female, they had her on. They never had 13-minute segments. This was 13 minutes, and the black male dominated. I have never seen them have dialogue where they let the non-white speaker talk that much. I bet if you go back and did a ratio of the amount of talk time between the three people present, I bet he spoke like twice as long as anybody else on the set. Twice as long. That is fascinating. That's all I have to say. White people are working hard, especially entertainment. I told Pam I want to write a section, hopefully for the next book, addressing some of the things that I've seen. If you just basketball, this will be my last comment. Basketball, this is how hard they're going, right? All of this is around basketball, Jeremy Lin, all that. They had a segment on TV where they had the fans do a vote. It was on, they used Twitter, Roland Martin. They used Twitter where you could vote who looks better in a dress, Shaquille O'Neal or Charles Barkley. They just had Charles Barkley on Saturday Night Live hosting in a dress for one of the segments, and they did a vote. Who looks better in a dress, Shaquille O'Neal or Charles Barkley? Entertainment under white supremacy. The person who dialed in, 3209, your line is open as well. Did any of the folks that are on the line, did y'all have any thoughts about it? And again, he is a victim. Stephen A. Jackson. He is a victim of racism.
This is Uncle Man. I just noticed the contradiction that he says. Racism don't exist. It's not as prevalent as it was before. And then later on he says, my community is worse off than it was before. I'm like, what do you think that's in direct contribution to that? If it's not as blatant as it was before, but yet your community has not moved a budge, is he trying to say that we're all just hung up on race and using it as an excuse to what? Not get a job, to not open a business, and not get a loan for a business, to not be able to compete. To what? When you don't have the money or the economics to do anything. I would love to have a two-way conversation with this brother just to see what this excuse is, because this is the type of atmosphere that I deal with in my own family. And when I get down to questions, that's when everybody gets quiet. And they don't know. They just want to stop talking to you after a while because you just don't see white people like that. That's the bottom line. So he's a victim, but he is sending out a very confusing message, and anybody that's not trained to hear what he's saying or trained to use, if their ears don't perk up, if they're not aware of how white identified he is and what he's saying, then they're going to be extremely confused because they're going to come out and say, it's not race, and then as soon as they run into a racist incident that they know is racist, it's going to drive them insane because who are they going to talk to? Who are they going to confide in? They got all their white friends, and you surround yourself with all these white people, and you done left all the black people alone because they're just depressing.
So true.
Who you going to talk to? You're going to drive yourself insane.
Well, Gus, I broke my no name calling. I mean, I was on mute, but I got to be honest with you. I really struggle with my feelings about black people doing stuff like that. In my opinion, even though he's a victim, I still felt like he's scoring brownie points, throwing us under the bus. And whether they scripted it in advance or not, I don't know. But I know it was very typical white supremacist tactics. White people do something wrong to this Asian male, and black people are thrown under the bus, and somehow we become the focal point. We didn't say anything about Lynn, but somehow black people's irrational ridiculousness becomes the topic, and that was deliberate. And I really don't think that both of those people, that I know that white guy knew what the black guy was doing. White people know what we're doing, and they use that against us. So I struggle with, I'm not going to pretend, I struggle with sympathizing with victims like that. I just really have a hard time because it impacts so many people. So I'll let somebody else talk because I'm done.
I think, Pam, that
hang on one second. Caller 3209.
Yes, how you doing, Mr. Renegade? Yes, can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, well, first of all, I want to congratulate you on it. I heard this gentleman say about your 3 years on the radio. I hope you many more years. Okay.
Right on. Thank you.
Okay. As far as Stephen A., well, he always been that way, and like you said, he is victimized, and he just trying to keep a job, man. A lot of us do the same thing in our own way, some of us. But this guy, he don't, like he said, they didn't renew his contract. You got to read between the lines, so he had to give them something good for him to solidify him staying on that job. So, he did let you know that they had pretty much fired him at one time. So, so a lot of us that understand his position, I wouldn't want to be him clowning like that, because most of the brothers and sisters on ESPN, fighting to keep their job. I'm pretty sure they'd be pounded on a daily basis, like many of us on jobs. So, just shows like this here, talk shows like radio shows like this happen. Hopefully we'll be able to overcome this thing. Maybe not in my lifetime, but sooner or later, where to get better. That's all I have to say.
Good to hear from you, sir. I will definitely keep in mind, in terms of it being scripted, I think Pam brought that up as well as the other caller. White people could have put a piece of paper in his hand and wrote out exactly exactly what they wanted said, you know. If you want to keep that job, you know, here you go. Every word. And make us feel it, you know. Maybe they did 2 or 3 takes before they put that out. But definitely it's I suspect exactly crafted to support racism, white supremacy, keeping the focus on racist man, racist woman. I want people to keep in mind, as I said, I generally don't see non-white people get to talk that much. I felt like he talked for a very long time. I feel by design, I'm sure that was scripted, to let him talk a lot and completely remove culpability and blame from white people. I guess I'll close. I heard several black people called out. How often do you hear white people called out by name in some sort of allegation that they've done something wrong, particularly around racism? How often do you hear white people called out by name about something they're doing wrong, especially related to racism? We will be back tomorrow. Did 4 hours of programming today. I hope it was constructive. You know, the coffee shop story, it will take a bit more time than I'm willing to hang out for today, so you all will have to be patient to get part 2 of what happened at the coffee shop. But I did not forget, and it seems like a lot of people did not forget either. So we will definitely finish up, but not today. Invest. You think the program is constructive, and we'll be back tomorrow. Looking forward to it. White male, Brandon Whelan, the Jeremy. If you have not been following basketball, just put in Jeremy Lin. Also put in Jeremy Lin and racism. You will get all sorts of goodies. It has been quite a display from racist man and racist woman. You just heard a tip of the iceberg. It'll be a lot more to come tomorrow, and with a white person, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. That would be Wednesday, February 22nd. Anybody want to do the prayer before we wrap things up? Anybody for the prayer? Right on. We will be back tomorrow. Share the program if you think it would benefit non-white people. And if you, again, need a copy of Mr. Fuller's code book for the word guide, it's tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. tiny.cc/Fuller in all caps. Prayer to wrap up the program. Creator, we ask for the strength and courage to be honest about the system of white supremacy, the power it exerts over our lives, and the awesome effort it will require to solve this problem. Please aid us in understanding we have the ability and duty to replace white supremacy with justice. We, black people, have the power to solve this problem. Please help each and every one of us believe that that is true and act in accordance with that belief. We ask for the strength and courage to continue the effort, everyday effort, to remain focused and dedicated to replacing white supremacy with justice as soon as possible. And we ask for special help in aiding us to be compassionate towards other victims. Help us remove any and all compassion that we have for white people. Take that compassion and reserve it exclusively for black, non-white people. Help us to be patient in dealing with victims of white supremacy, including ourselves.
Help us to be supremely patient with victims of white supremacy, including ourselves. Help us to understand and never forget racist man, racist woman. White people are our enemies, and help us to function in accordance with that truth. Replace white supremacy with justice as soon as possible. Ashe. Cows signing out. We will be back tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.